misunderstood chapters in world history. No, not knights, not pharaohs, not Romans with fancy sandals. We're talking about pirates, the real ones. Not Johnny Depp wobbling around on deck, but the men and women who sailed the Caribbean and the Atlantic during the so-called Golden Age of Piracy. Now here's the thing, we all think we know pirates, eye patches, parrots, R-matey, treasure maps with a big red X, but spoiler alert, that stuff mostly comes from novels, theater, and later Hollywood rewrites. Real piracy was less swashbuckling and more sweaty, smelly, filled with salted beef crawling with maggots, water that tasted like a rotting barrel, and constant anxiety that your ship might sink in a storm, or your captain might keelhaul you for stepping out of line. And yet somehow the legend of pirates has become this glamorous story of freedom, adventure, and treasure. But here's the contradiction, and it's worth letting it sink in. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't golden at all. It was born out of war, poverty, hunger, and desperation. It wasn't about noble freedom, it was about scraping survival out of salt air, blood, and backbreaking work. Yet people keep retelling their stories because deep down we're drawn to the fantasy of escape, of rejecting rules, of carving out a small piece of freedom on the open sea. So, as you settle in, maybe dim your lights or turn on some soft background sounds, let's drift together into this world. Imagine the creak of ropes, the groan of wooden planks, the crash of waves on the hull. Tonight, we'll wander through crowded ports, stand under the Caribbean sun with sweat dripping down our backs, and listen to the salty curses of men who gambled everything on the sea. Before we start, a small ask. If you enjoy drifting off with these stories, give this video a like and maybe even subscribe. And tell me in the comments, what's keeping you up tonight? I'd love to know. Now, let's begin our first chapter with a world teetering on the edge of chaos, just perfect for the rise of piracy. Chapter 1. A world ripe for plunder. Picture the year 1690. Europe has been locked in endless wars. Spain versus England, England versus France, the Dutch fighting everyone. The whole continent is basically one long family feud where nobody remembers what the argument was about, but everyone is still holding grudges. And while kings and queens play chess with soldiers, their colonies across the Atlantic become treasure vaults waiting to be cracked open. The Caribbean at this time was a furnace, not just from the heat, though the sun baked everything in a way that made even the shadows shimmer, but because it was where European empires collided, traded, and stole from one another. Spanish galleons hauled silver from Peru and Mexico, loading it into massive convoys that lumbered across the ocean toward Spain. English, French, and Dutch merchants sailed their own fleets filled with sugar, rum, tobacco, and enslaved Africans, commodities that would fuel entire economies back in Europe. The ports were alive with contradictions. Imagine standing on the docks of Port Royal in Jamaica around 1700. The smell hits you first: tar, rum, smoke, and human sweat. Dock workers shouted in a dozen languages, sailors stumbled drunk, their shirts stiff with salt, elegant merchants in powdered wigs strutted past barefoot fishermen hauling nets of twitching fish. The soundscape was relentless, donkeys braying, sailors cursing, coins clattering on wooden counters, priests mumbling blessings, cannons occasionally booming in the harbour just to remind everyone who was in charge. And here's the irony. These bustling colonial ports were supposed to be the crown jewels of empire, but they were also perfect breeding grounds for lawlessness. Governments thousands of miles away tried to impose order, but the reality was chaos. Governors took bribes, soldiers deserted, officials looked the other way when merchants smuggled contraband. The Caribbean was a place where, if you had a ship and a crew desperate enough, You could either make a fortune or lose everything in a week. Now think about the sailors themselves. Life at sea under a Royal Navy wasn't glamorous. It was miserable. Sailors were often press-ganged, basically kidnapped into service, dragged aboard ships against their will. Conditions were horrific. Cramped hammocks, weevil-infested bread, floggings for minor offences. Pay was late, if it ever came at all, and if you happened to survive the voyage, chances were you'd be discharged with nothing but a few coins jingling in your pocket and a body half ruined by scurvy. So when word spread that some sailors had gone rogue, ditched their oppressive commanders, seized ships and struck out as freebooters, it sounded less like criminality and more like rebellion. Piracy wasn't just a crime, it was a way out. Let's be clear though, the sea was not forgiving. It wasn't a highway of freedom. It was a gauntlet of storms, reefs, disease, and predators, both human and natural. But if you were a sailor in 1700 staring at the horizon from the deck of a crowded ship, the choice between a brutal life under a navy captain or rolling the dice with piracy might not have seemed that hard. By the turn of the century, the Caribbean had become what you might call a floating economy of risk. On one side, kings, merchants, and governors trying to keep order. On the other side, a growing army of dispossessed sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers who decided order was overrated. All it took was the right moment. A gap in empire, a weakly guarded convoy, a ship with sails trimmed just so, and fortunes could be made overnight. And so, with every galleon groaning under the weight of silver, every sugar plantation coughing up profits, and every port overflowing with sailors who'd had enough of being cheated, the stage was set. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't born out of nowhere. It was baked into the world itself, into the trade routes, the wars, the greed, and the desperation. The seas were ready, and so were the men who would plunder them. If the late 1600s and early 1700s had a theme, it would be everybody's exhausted, broke, and kind of angry. Europe's great powers had been at each other's throats for decades, and while kings and queens could patch up peace treaties, the wars left a trail of wreckage that stretched across the Atlantic, and in that wreckage, piracy took root. Take Spain, for example. Once upon a time, Spain was the big kid on the block. They had the gold, the silver, the fleets, and the swagger to call themselves masters of the New World. But by the late 1600s, their empire looked less like a shining crown and more like a rusty bucket with holes. Wars drained their coffers, silver shipments were constantly raided, and their ships, once the pride of the seas, were often outdated and slow. Spain still had territory, but its grip was slipping, and everyone else smelled the weakness. England wasn't doing much better. Sure, they were clawing their way toward global power, but back home, ordinary sailors were being tossed around like dice in a rigged game. One year they were privateers, government-approved pirates, with papers giving them permission to plunder Spanish ships in the name of the crown. Then, suddenly, the war ended. The crown said, "Thanks for your service," and those same men were dumped ashore with no pay, no prospects, and no sympathy. Imagine fighting for your country, risking death a dozen times only to be told you were now just another unemployed vagrant clogging up the docks. The Dutch Republic had its own story. Once dominant traders, their fleets crisscrossed the globe, but wars with England and France chewed through resources, leaving fewer jobs for sailors and merchants. France, meanwhile, under the grandiose reign of Louis XIV, spent lavishly on wars, palaces, and pretty much anything shiny, leaving French colonies stretched thin and their sailors restless. The result? A perfect storm of unemployed seafarers with skills nobody wanted, except in piracy. These weren't random peasants deciding to play pirate for fun. These were trained men, veterans of naval battles, gunners who could load a cannon in seconds, carpenters who could patch a hull under fire, navigators who could steer through reefs in the dark, armies of skilled but bitter men, all with the same problem. No empire wanted to pay them anymore. And here's where it gets ironic. These empires had essentially created their own monsters. When Spain and England handed out letters of marque, those little slips of paper that legalized piracy during wartime, they encouraged men to attack enemy shipping. Privateers like Sir Francis Drake in the 1500s became national heroes. But once peace returned, those same activities suddenly became criminal. Imagine working for Uber, then one day Uber shuts down and declares, by the way, anyone still driving is now a car thief. That's what happened to thousands of seafarers who had been told plunder was patriotic until it wasn't. So what do you do when the wars end, your government abandons you, and you still have the skills to handle a ship and fire a cannon? You keep doing what you know best, but now for yourself. You keep raiding ships, you keep seizing cargo, you keep living by the sword, or in this case, the cutlass. Piracy wasn't just desperation, it was habit. It was a profession that governments themselves had encouraged and then tried to disown. This collapse of empire control didn't just happen on land. At sea, the very roots of trade were fragile. Convoys of Spanish galleons might be well defended, but smaller ships carrying sugar or rum are like a buffet table for anyone bold enough to take a bite. And let's not forget the colonies themselves. Governors sent from Europe often cared more about lining their own pockets than enforcing the law. Some even welcomed pirates, so long as they brought in enough gold or shared enough loot. For struggling outposts like Nassau in the Bahamas, pirates weren't a nuisance, they were the economy. It's hard to enforce anti-piracy laws when half your town depends on stolen goods to survive, so piece by piece the mighty grip of empire loosened. Spain couldn't patrol all its waters. England's navy was stretched thin. France was distracted by continental wars. The Dutch were in decline. And into that vacuum sailed the pirates, men who saw the weakness of kings and decided to crown themselves instead. The collapse of empires didn't just make piracy possible, it made it inevitable. The seas were full of treasure, the navies were too thin to guard it, and the men who knew how to seize it had nothing left to lose. Out of that mix came not just scattered rogues, but an entire era, the so-called Golden Age of Piracy, when men and women from a dozen nations chose the black flag over the king's flag. Let's be clear, piracy didn't appear out of thin, salty air. It was the awkward child of privateering, a sort of legal piracy that governments were perfectly happy to use when it suited them. To understand how privateers turned into pirates, you have to look at how the lines between hero of the crown and villain of the seas were about as thin as a ship's rope after a rat problem. Privateering was, in theory, simple. A government at war, say England against Spain, would hand out a letter of marque. This was a fancy slip of paper saying, "Go ahead, raid enemy ships, keep a cut of the loot, and send us our share." It was piracy, but with paperwork. Sir Francis Drake did it in the 1500s, sacking Spanish ports and coming home loaded with plunder. England called him a knight, Spain called him a criminal. One man's pirate was another man's patriot. Fast forward to the late 1600s, and the system was still in play. Privateers swarmed the Caribbean and Atlantic during wars, seizing sugar shipments, Spanish galleons, and anything else they could get their hands on. The Caribbean became a giant chessboard, and privateers were the pawns, expendable but useful. As long as the war lasted, they were tolerated, even celebrated. But here's the twist. Wars end. And when they did, governments suddenly didn't need these men anymore. One day you're proudly waving the flag of your nation, attacking the enemy, and selling stolen goods back to friendly ports. The next day, the war is over, the letter of marque is revoked, and now you're just a thief with a ship. There was no retirement plan, no pension, no thank you parade, just a shrug and an unspoken suggestion to quietly disappear. The men, however, weren't built for disappearing. They were hardened sailors who knew the rhythms of the sea better than the rhythms of ordinary life. They knew how to fight, how to navigate, how to survive storms, and, most importantly, how to take wealth by force. These were not skills easily repurposed into farming or shopkeeping. So what did they do? They kept at it. The only difference was that now, instead of doing it for a king or queen, they did it for themselves. This transition was so common it almost feels inevitable. Many of the most famous pirates of the Golden Age had first cut their teeth as privateers. Men like Henry Morgan, who began under English sanction and later operated in a grey zone that looked a lot like piracy. Others, like Blackbeard, likely started out on privateering ships during the War of Spanish Succession before slipping into outright piracy when the war dried up. The habits, the networks, even the bases were already in place. It was just a matter of removing the official paperwork and keeping the cannons loaded. And here's the delicious irony. Governments created the very monsters they later tried so hard to destroy by training thousands of sailors in the art of state-sponsored looting. They gave them a taste for plunder. Then, by abandoning them in peacetime, they essentially shoved them straight into piracy. Imagine teaching someone to pick locks during a war because you need spies, then firing them when the war ends and expecting them not to use their skills. Of course they'll keep picking locks, only now it's your house. There was also the question of identity. Once a man had lived as a privateer, free from the crushing discipline of a navy, sharing loot with his mates, and living by the tides, could he really go back to scrubbing decks under the bark of some lieutenant? Navy life was brutal, punishments were harsh, pay was low, and the class system was rigid. By comparison, the life of piracy, even with its hunger, storms, and risk of hanging, offered more equality and excitement. It wasn't just survival, it was liberation from the grind of the empire. Ports like Port Royal in Jamaica and Tortuga off Hispaniola blurred the line even further. Merchants there didn't care if the goods were captured legally or not. Sugar, silver, rum, if it could be sold, it was welcome. Tavern owners, traders, even governors quietly winked at piracy, especially when it brought wealth into their struggling economies. Some governors even kept pirates as unofficial attack dogs, unofficial allies when convenient, expendable scapegoats when politics shifted. So, from privateers to pirates wasn't a sharp break. It was more like a slow, sloping slide into the inevitable. Men who had been celebrated for plundering Spanish ships found themselves doing the exact same thing, only now branded as criminals. And they embraced it because what was the alternative? Starvation? Subservience? A return to naval whippings and starvation wages? No thank you. Better to live on your own terms, however short that life might be. It's easy now to think of pirates as chaotic rebels who suddenly popped up to terrorize the seas. But really, they were a byproduct of empire, born from its wars, abandoned in its peace, and sustained by its greed. The Black Flag wasn't a rejection of Europe's system. It was its mirror, twisted and stripped of pretense. So when we picture those ragged sails appearing on the horizon, it wasn't random lawlessness at sea. It was the logical conclusion of policies that blurred morality for convenience. Privateering was piracy in a fancy coat, and piracy was privateering with the coat torn off, and for the men who lived it, there wasn't much difference at all. Now let's imagine, for a moment, what happens when thousands of unemployed sailors, disgruntled privateers, and general misfits all end up in the same place. No law, no oversight, no queen wagging her finger from across the ocean. Just wide open seas, islands thick with sugarcane and palm trees, and ports desperate for trade, even if that trade came dripping with blood. Welcome to the Pirate Republic, a loose patchwork of havens across the Caribbean that briefly turned outlaw life into a kind of anti-establishment experiment. The most famous of these havens was Nassau, on New Providence Island in the Bahamas. Today it's a tourist destination with beach chairs and cruise ships. Back then, it was more like a dusty stage set built for chaos. The island's harbor was shallow, perfect for the smaller, nimble pirate ships, but treacherous for the heavier navy vessels. That natural advantage made Nassau nearly untouchable, and so it blossomed into the unofficial capital of piracy. If London was the beating heart of empire, Nassau was the loud, drunken laugh echoing across the Atlantic. Life in Nassau was a strange mix of desperation and freedom. Picture ramshackle huts leaning against each other like tired sailors, taverns spilling music and shouting into the night, and the constant smell of rum, sweat, and salt. Pirates from every corner of the Atlantic crammed together, English, French, Dutch, African, even a few indigenous sailors who'd escaped the crushing grip of European colonization. The result was something Europe would never have tolerated back home, a society stitched together by outcasts, running on booze, barter, and the occasional cannon. What made it so intoxicating was the sense of equality. A runaway slave could find a berth on a pirate ship and suddenly be treated, at least relatively speaking, like an equal. A woman could dress as a man, grab a cutlass, and carve her place on deck. Anne Bonny and Mary Read, two of the most famous pirates in history, lived that very reality. The rigid hierarchies of Europe, lords and serfs, captains and peasants, broke down in Nassau's taverns. Everyone was broke, everyone was sunburned, everyone was one bad decision away from the noose. That kind of shared peril made for a twisted kind of democracy. And then there was Tortuga off the coast of Hispaniola. French buccaneers had started it as a base in the 17th century, and over time it became another pirate haunt. Tortuga was wilder, less organized than Nassau, but it shared the same energy, a place where authority didn't reach. Port Royal in Jamaica, before an earthquake literally dropped half of it into the sea in 1692, was the original pirate playground. It was called the wickedest city on earth, a place where taverns outnumbered churches and every second house was either a brothel or a gambling den. Imagine Las Vegas, but with more cannons and fewer neon lights. These places weren't just drunk paradises, they were strategic. Pirates needed somewhere to fix ships, sell stolen goods, and recruit new crews. Without havens, piracy would have been short-lived. With them, it flourished. Merchants, governors, and tavern owners often looked the other way, because piracy was good for business. Silver, sugar, indigo, rum, it all flowed into these ports. And once it was in the market, who really cared where it had come from? The world's first free trade zones, if you like, just with more swashbuckling. The dream of the Pirate Republic was intoxicating because it offered what Europe didn't, freedom from rigid social classes, for the sailor who'd been whipped half to death on a navy ship, for the indentured servant who had been treated like disposable property, for the runaway enslaved person. Nassau or Tortuga was a chance to live on your own terms. Yes, those terms often meant short lives, disease, and eventual capture. But for a fleeting moment, The Pirate Republic offered something resembling equality. It was messy, chaotic, and fueled by rum, but it was theirs. It's easy to romanticize this as some proto-democracy at sea, and in truth, pirates weren't building utopias. They fought among themselves, they drank themselves half to death, and they betrayed each other when the loot was good enough. But there was a kernel of something radical here. Ordinary people, most of them poor, illiterate, and cast aside by empire, were writing their own rules. Captains could be voted out. Plunder was divided more fairly than wages in most European jobs, and there was a sense, however fragile, that out here in the Caribbean heat, you weren't just surviving, you were free. Governments, of course, hated it. To them, the Pirate Republic was an insult, a slap in the face of civilization. They saw it as a cancer spreading across the Caribbean, undermining trade and embarrassing the crown. And so, predictably, they began plotting its destruction. But for a brief, shining decade or two, the dream held. A world of tattered sails and lawless harbors, where outcasts became rulers, if only of themselves. So when you hear the phrase Pirate Republic, don't imagine marble halls or noble ideals. Imagine crowded taverns with lantern light flickering on sweat-streaked faces, mugs of grog slamming onto wooden tables, and the hum of 50 different languages mixing in the night. It wasn't a nation in any official sense, but it was a community, strange, fragile, reckless, that gave piracy its beating heart. By the early 1700s, piracy wasn't just a nuisance. It was a global scandal. Imagine you're a London merchant who's just sent off a ship full of sugar from Barbados. You're already dreaming about the profits, about the clinking of coins on your counting table. Then word arrives that your ship was intercepted somewhere between Tortuga and Nassau by a crew of outlaws who now plan to sell your precious cargo at a discount in the very next port. Frustrating, absolutely. Embarrassing, even more so. And it wasn't just London merchants, Dutch traders, French planters, Spanish governors. Everyone had a stake in the Caribbean economy, and pirates cut into all of them like barnacles on a hull. News of piracy spread quickly, carried in letters, pamphlets, and gossip that traveled almost as fast as the ships themselves. In coffee houses in Amsterdam or taverns in Boston, people swapped stories of Blackbeard's blockade of Charleston or of Bartholomew Roberts capturing hundreds of vessels. Pirates became both feared and oddly admired, the same way we talk about celebrities who behave badly. They were disruptive, scandalous, but undeniably fascinating. Governments tried to project strength, but the truth was they were embarrassed. The Caribbean was supposed to be proof of European dominance, a playground of plantations, trade, and naval power. Instead, it was crawling with independent outlaws who mocked imperial authority with every stolen sail. Spain, already stretched thin across its empire, struggled to protect the treasure fleets. England, riding high after victories in European wars, now had to explain why ragged men in patched coats could blockade entire colonial cities. France and the Dutch weren't faring much better. In a world obsessed with image, piracy made the great powers look incompetent. What made it worse was that ordinary people were often rooting for the pirates, at least quietly. Think about it. If you were a poor sailor in Bristol, or an indentured servant in Jamaica, or even a small-town farmer in Virginia, who would you rather cheer for? The faceless merchants and noble families who controlled your taxes, or the ragtag crews who thumbed their noses at authority and spread the loot, sometimes literally, among the lower classes? Pirates had a populist appeal. They were villains to the elite, but folk heroes to the downtrodden. Ballads were written, stories were exaggerated, and every port town knew someone who claimed to have once seen, or maybe even joined, a pirate crew. That uneasy admiration worried rulers as much as the piracy itself. It wasn't just about stolen goods anymore. It was about stolen loyalty. If too many sailors chose piracy over honest naval service, if too many colonists chose to trade with outlaws instead of legal merchants, the whole system could unravel. In this sense, the Pirate Republic wasn't just an economic threat. It was a political one. It represented a kind of freedom, however messy, that stood in direct contrast to empire. And so, as the first decade of the 1700s drew to a close, the world was watching. Governors wrote desperate letters to their monarchs begging for naval reinforcements. Merchants lobbied for protection. Admirals were dispatched with orders to stamp out the scourge. Yet for all this official outrage, the pirates kept sailing, kept raiding, and kept slipping back into the shallow harbors of Nassau, Tortuga, and Port Royal. The balance of power was precarious, and for a short, chaotic stretch of years, it seemed like the pirates might actually hold their ground. But as with all things in history, nothing so audacious lasts forever. The seeds of the pirates' downfall were already being sown, even as they toasted their freedom with mugs of grog under the Caribbean moon. Kings and parliaments were growing tired of being mocked. Naval patrols were growing stronger, and alliances, those fragile bonds between men who lived by theft and rum, were starting to fracture under the weight of greed. For now, though, the world watched in equal parts fear and fascination. Pamphlets painted pirates as monsters with hearts of stone, while tavern songs turned them into legends. Merchants cursed them, sailors dreamed of joining them, and governments plotted their end. The Golden Age of Piracy was in full swing, and like all golden ages, it glittered brightest just before the fall. Chapter 2. The Pirate's Life, Grit, Glory, and Grievance. So, let's get something straight right at the start. Life on a pirate ship was not a Caribbean holiday. You've probably seen the romantic paintings. Glorious sails catching the wind, dramatic sunsets, and dashing figures with cutlasses gleaming. But if you were actually there, you'd spend less time admiring the view and more time trying to keep your stomach from revolting at the smell of rotting food. The pirate's life, while freer than serving in the Navy or laboring on a plantation, was still back-breaking, filthy, and endlessly uncomfortable. Imagine waking up below deck in the humid Caribbean heat. The air is thick, cloying, and full of the stink of unwashed bodies, damp wood, and tar. The ceiling is so low that you can't even stand upright. Rats scuttle across the beams, and you can hear the groan of the ship as it shifts against the waves. The pirate life didn't come with feather beds. You'd likely be sleeping on rough planks, maybe with a scrap of canvas for a blanket if you were lucky. Every day began with the creak of ropes, the bark of orders, and the endless rhythm of labor needed to keep a ship moving. Food was its own special kind of torture. Pirates stole plenty of supplies from captured ships, but unless you were lucky enough to raid a fresh merchantman recently, meals were, let's say, monotonous. Salted beef, so tough you could use it as a weapon. Hardtack, which was basically a cracker but harder than stone and often infested with weevils. Grog, a mix of watered-down rum, was the drink of choice, not because it tasted good, but because plain water went bad quickly in the heat. If you were lucky, you might snag some fruit or vegetables before they spoiled, but scurvy was always lurking like an uninvited guest. Teeth loosened, gums bled, and bones ached from the lack of vitamin C. Daily chores weren't glamorous either. Pirates weren't just fighting and drinking, they were sailors first. That meant scrubbing decks, mending sails, climbing rigging slick with salt spray, and bailing water from the hold during storms. And storms, by the way, were constant reminders that the sea itself was often more dangerous than any enemy. A hurricane could scatter a fleet in hours, leaving survivors clinging to driftwood while their dreams of plunder sank to the bottom. And yet, for all this hardship, men, and a few women, chose it willingly. Why? Because compared to life in the Navy or under the whip of a plantation master, piracy offered something intoxicating: freedom. On a pirate ship, you weren't at the mercy of a cruel officer with a whip. You weren't paid starvation wages while some admiral or merchant lined his pockets. Instead, you had a say in decisions, a share of the loot, and a chance, just a chance, to change your fortune. The hardship was the same, but the dignity was different. Entertainment helped break the monotony. Pirates loved music, fiddles, pipes, and drums when they could get them. They told tall tales, gambled with dice and cards, and sang bawdy shanties that echoed across the waves. Some ships even kept pets, parrots, monkeys, or stray cats, both for company and for laughs. And of course there was always rum. Rum was less a drink than a coping mechanism, numbing sore muscles, smoothing frayed nerves, and sometimes sparking brawls that left men with more bruises than treasure. But make no mistake, life aboard a pirate ship was a constant balancing act between freedom and discomfort. The same deck where you danced to a fiddle tune at night might be awash with seawater or blood the next morning. The same comrades who shared their food with you today might vote you out tomorrow if you crossed the wrong line. It was a world where everything was unstable: the sea, the supplies, the alliances, and that instability defined the pirate's existence. So, yes, the Golden Age of Piracy glittered, but the day-to-day life was about sweat, salt, hunger, and a kind of stubborn resilience. You didn't become a pirate because it was comfortable. You became one because, for all its stink and danger, it gave you control of your own fate, at least for a while. Here's a funny thing about pirates. They were some of the most democratic people of their time, not in the sense of voting booths and campaign speeches, but in a rough, practical way that actually mattered to the men living on those creaking decks. Imagine that. While monarchs squabbled over crowns back in Europe and kings claimed they ruled by divine right, pirates were out on the high seas voting on who got to be in charge. When a crew formed, the first order of business wasn't just raiding a Spanish galleon. It was drawing up what they called the Articles. These were pirate constitutions, handwritten agreements that spelled out everything from how loot would be divided, to punishments for theft, to the share of compensation if you lost a limb in battle. And yes, pirates had a kind of early insurance system. If you lost an arm, you might get 600 pieces of 8, a leg, maybe 800. It wasn't exactly health insurance with a friendly provider, but it was better than what the average soldier got on land, which was nothing at all. The articles also set limits on behavior: no gambling below deck, lights out at a certain hour, no deserting in battle, and yes, they often forbade bringing women on board, though that rule was broken often enough to be almost comical. These weren't arbitrary rules, they were survival tactics. A pirate ship was a pressure cooker of banalities packed into too small a space. Without rules, things would have descended into chaos faster than you can say mutiny. Now, the captain wasn't an untouchable figure like on a Navy ship. Pirate captains were elected by the crew, and they could be voted out just as easily. If a captain was too reckless, too stingy with loot, or just too annoying, the crew could replace him with someone else. This was radical for the 17th and 18th centuries. Imagine a farmhand in Europe marching up to his landlord and saying, "Sorry, mate, we've had a vote and you're fired." Unthinkable. But on a pirate ship, that was just Tuesday. Of course, the captain still held real authority in battle. When cannonballs were flying and boarding parties were scrambling across decks, someone had to make quick decisions. But outside of combat, his power was checked by the quartermaster. The quartermaster was like the ship's accountant and judge rolled into one. He handled supplies, settled disputes, and distributed plunder according to the articles. He was the balance to the captain, ensuring one man didn't hoard all the power or all the silver. Speaking of plunder, here's where pirates really stood out. On most navy or merchant ships, ordinary sailors got scraps. Captains and owners took the lion's share. Pirates, by contrast, split loot far more evenly. Yes, captains and officers usually got larger shares, but the gap wasn't massive. A captain might get 2 or 3 shares, while a common sailor got 1. Compare that to the Navy, where a captain could rake in a fortune while the sailors were paid in arrears, if at all. For men used to being at the bottom of the social ladder, this was revolutionary. This system created a sense of buy-in. Everyone had a stake in every raid. Everyone had a voice. It's one reason pirate crews could be so terrifyingly effective. They weren't being flogged into action by some officer. They wanted to fight because victory meant coin jingling in their pockets. Cold, heavy, jangly, deliciously spendable coin. It's tempting to see this pirate democracy as noble or progressive, but let's be clear, it wasn't about ideals. It was about practicality. Pirates knew they lived hard, dangerous lives. They needed a system that kept people motivated, minimized infighting, and gave everyone a reason to stick together when things got ugly. Fair shares and voting rights weren't about enlightenment. They were about survival. Still, there's something oddly charming about it. At a time when peasants were tied to land and sailors in navies were practically prisoners, pirates carved out their own rough republics. Nassau in the Bahamas was famously called a pirate republic, and while that sounds grand, it was mostly a sandy haven of broken-down taverns, makeshift huts, and a whole lot of rum. But for the men who had once been whipped by naval officers or cheated by merchant captains, it was paradise. So picture it, a ship rolling gently on the waves, men gathered on deck, a set of articles being read aloud by lamplight, each pirate nodding, agreeing to the rules, knowing that at least here, on this rough plank of wood floating in a dangerous sea, their voice mattered. It wasn't democracy as we think of it today, but it was a kind of freedom most of them had never known before. One of the most brilliant things pirates ever did wasn't about cannons or cutlasses. It was branding. Pirates understood that half the battle was won before the first shot was fired, and their greatest weapon wasn't always steel, it was fear. They cultivated it, packaged it, and sold it with skulls and crossbones. Let's talk about the Jolly Roger. That iconic black flag wasn't just for show, it was psychological warfare. Picture yourself as a merchant sailor in the Caribbean. You're already nervous. The sea is treacherous, storms are brutal, and half your crew is seasick. Suddenly, you spot a ship on the horizon raising a black flag, its canvas snapping in the wind. Painted on it is a grinning skull, a pair of crossed bones, maybe even an hourglass dripping sand. You know instantly these are not friendly visitors. You have a choice: surrender and hope for mercy, or fight and almost certainly die. And here's the genius. Most merchant crews didn't fight. They gave up. Pirates knew that if they could terrify you into surrender, they could plunder your ship without firing a shot, without losing a man, and without wasting precious gunpowder. The Jolly Roger was essentially the world's first corporate logo, and it worked like a charm. But flags weren't the only symbols. Pirates loved spectacle. Some captains made themselves into walking horror shows. Blackbeard, for example, tied slow-burning fuses into his beard before battle. Imagine a man storming across your deck with his hair literally on fire, eyes wild, smoke curling around his face like some demon from the deep. That's not just intimidation, that's theater. He was turning himself into a nightmare that sailors would retell in every port from Jamaica to London. Superstition also ran deep. These were men who spent their lives on the unpredictable sea, so of course they looked for signs, omens, and rituals. Whistling on board was considered bad luck because it might whistle up a storm. Bananas were famously avoided on ships, tied to tales of vanished vessels and mysterious deaths. Cats, on the other hand, were seen as good luck, their twitching tails thought to calm the winds. Some pirates tattooed symbols for protection, crosses, anchors, mermaids, inked in crude lines that doubled as badges of identity and talismans against doom. Then there were the rituals before battle. Some crews would gather for a speech, others for a raucous round of rum-fueled singing. There might be a drum beat or a chant, something primal to stir courage. Pirates knew the value of theatre not just for their enemies, but for themselves. Fear is contagious, and courage sometimes needs a costume. Music, too, had its place. Sea shanties weren't just entertainment. They were tools for survival, helping men row or haul ropes in rhythm, but they also bound crews together, creating unity in sound and spirit. Picture the dark deck of a ship, waves crashing, lanterns swaying, and a chorus of rough voices rising into the night, carrying equal parts defiance and desperation. Symbols and superstitions gave pirates an edge. They were outnumbered and outgunned by naval powers, but they turned reputation into a weapon. Every skull painted on a flag, every whispered tale of a flaming bearded captain, every ritual chant before a raid, it all worked to magnify their presence far beyond their actual numbers. They made themselves larger than life, monsters of the sea, shadows that haunted every merchant sailor's imagination. And the beauty of it, most of it cost nothing. A painted flag, a dramatic entrance, a bit of theatrical madness. Pirates didn't need massive armies or endless treasuries. They needed fear, and they knew how to conjure it. So next time you see that skull and crossbones, remember, it wasn't just a warning, it was a brand, a promise of chaos. A theater of fear that made the legend of piracy far bigger than the men themselves. For all the flags and fiery beards, life aboard a pirate ship wasn't just about battle. In fact, most days weren't spent fighting at all. They were spent doing the very ordinary, very human things that bound a crew together, eating, talking, laughing, and finding scraps of comfort in a world made of salt and splinters. Let's start with food, because nothing unites or divides a crew faster than the question of dinner. Pirate diets were, to put it politely, uninspiring. Salted beef or pork, rock-hard ship's biscuit crawling with weevils and barrels of dried peas were the staples. Water turned slimy after a few weeks, so rum, watered down into grog, became the drink of choice. The thing is, pirates ate much the same as navy crews or merchant sailors, but they sometimes had an advantage. Because pirates plundered fresh food and drink whenever possible, they could actually eat better than the men they robbed. A captured merchant ship might yield cheese, citrus fruit, coffee, sugar, or even delicacies like cocoa or spices. For a brief time, life on the high seas could taste a little less like mold and more like luxury. But food was more than sustenance. It was ritual. Sharing a meal created unity. Imagine a crew gathered on deck, bowls in hand, gnawing at salted meat and joking about who got the biscuit with the most maggots. It was grim humor, sure, but humor all the same. A bad meal, eaten together, still forged bonds. And the occasional feast, say, after a particularly good raid, was celebrated with music, rum, and more laughter than some men had known on land. Music itself was essential. Pirates didn't have iPhones, but they did have voices, fiddles, drums, and makeshift instruments. Sea shanties weren't just working songs. They were entertainment, morale boosters, and the glue that kept rhythm in both work and play. Picture the rough chorus rising under the stars, a drum tapping time, a fiddle screeching out a tune stolen from some tavern ashore. These weren't trained choirs, but the sound was raw, communal, and strangely beautiful. It stitched men together, reminding them that even in isolation, they belonged to something larger. Then there were the games. Dice and cards were popular, played with stakes as modest as tobacco or as reckless as shares of loot. Wrestling matches and contests of strength filled idle hours, with men cheering on their favorites. Betting on the outcome wasn't just fun, it was a way of creating drama in a life that could otherwise drag on in monotonous days of empty horizon. And let's not overlook the surprising inclusivity aboard pirate ships. Escaped slaves often joined pirate crews, where they could earn equal shares of plunder instead of chains. Women, though rare, found roles too, sometimes as disguised sailors, sometimes openly accepted as fighters or partners. Life aboard a pirate ship was brutal, but in its own odd way, it offered opportunities for outsiders that rigid societies on land never would. In these small details, the shared meals, the rowdy songs, the roll of dice, we see the human side of piracy. Beneath the myth of cutthroats and raiders was a community of men and women who found ways to survive, to laugh, and even to belong. Their ships were floating worlds, part prison, part family, part workplace, part tavern. And while the dangers of storms, disease, and naval patrols never disappeared, these ordinary moments gave piracy its texture, the rhythm of humanity beneath the roar of cannons. So when you picture pirates, don't just imagine black flags and treasure chests. Imagine the sound of dice clattering on a barrel lid, the smell of salted pork frying in a pan, the laughter of men half drunk on rum, and the scratchy notes of a fiddle floating over the sea at night. That too was the pirate's life, not just violence and fear, but moments of messy, ordinary humanity carved out in the vast loneliness of the ocean. For all the adventure, freedom, and strange democracy of pirate life, you have to ask the question, why did so many men and a few women decide that piracy was worth the risk of hanging, drowning, or dying from scurvy in some forgotten corner of the sea? The answer, as usual, has less to do with romance and more to do with grievance. Pirates were not born with skulls and crossbones on their flags. Most of them were men who had been used, abused, and discarded by the very empires that later called them criminals. Take the average sailor in the early 1700s. His life was a cruel contract, low pay, brutal discipline, and punishments that bordered on torture. The British Navy in particular ran on forced service. Impressment gangs snatched men off the streets, dragging them aboard ships where they might serve years against their will. Once aboard, they were flogged for minor infractions, fed poorly, and often paid late, if at all. It was a life so grim that joining a pirate crew, where you at least got a vote, a share of plunder, and the occasional feast, looked less like criminality and more like opportunity. Then there were the privateers. These men had once sailed under legal commissions, essentially hired by governments to plunder enemy ships during wartime. But when treaties were signed and peace declared, those commissions were revoked. Overnight, skilled sailors became unemployed and unwanted. Some went home to poverty, others, unwilling to give up the taste of plunder or unable to find work, simply kept raiding. The difference was only paperwork. Yesterday's patriot privateer was today's villainous pirate. Economic desperation played its part too. Europe churned with unemployment, inequality, and waves of displaced workers. Colonies offered work, but much of it was brutal plantation labor or indentured servitude. If you were poor, your choices were few. Toil endlessly for scraps on land, serve miserably in the navy, or gamble your life on piracy, where at least the rewards were immediate, tangible, and occasionally extravagant. Even a short run of luck could mean pockets full of coin, fine clothes stripped from captured merchants, or a chance to live like a king for a few weeks before it all fell apart. And make no mistake, piracy was a protest of sorts. Pirates didn't just steal, they struck at the heart of the empires that had used them. They targeted Spanish treasure fleets, English merchants, and French plantations. Their defiance wasn't couched in noble speeches, but in cannon fire and audacious raids. To kings and governors, they were parasites. To many of the poor, they were folk heroes, men who thumbed their noses at the powers that had left them to starve. But grievances went deeper than economics. Pirates carried personal grudges, captains who had beaten them, navies that had cheated them of wages, merchants who had treated them as expendable. To hoist the black flag was not only to seek fortune, but also to take revenge on a world that had never cared if they lived or died. So when you picture pirates shouting and firing cannons, remember the bitterness beneath it all. Their laughter around the rum barrel was fueled by the knowledge that they had nothing to lose and everything to snatch. Their democracy at sea was born not from lofty ideals, but from anger at systems that had denied them dignity on land. Piracy was grievance turned into lifestyle, protest turned into plunder. That's why the Golden Age of Piracy still lingers in our imagination. Beneath the noise of cannons and the gleam of treasure, it was the story of men who had been pushed too far, who decided that if the world offered them no justice, they would carve out their own, on their own terms, with black flags snapping in the wind. Chapter 3. Legends of the Black Flag. If the first half of piracy's golden age was about survival, grievance, and reinvention, the second half was about faces, human faces, twisted into masks of legend. Because when we talk about pirates, we rarely remember the ordinary nameless sailor swabbing the deck or the hungry man who joined a crew for a share of bread and rum. We remember the icons, the ones whose names still echo like thunder across centuries. Blackbeard, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, Mary Red, and Bartholomew Roberts. They were larger-than-life figures, painted by both truth and exaggeration, until they became less people and more symbols of defiance. Take Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. He understood something fundamental about human nature. Fear gets results. He grew his beard long and black, twisting it into braids tied with slow-burning fuses. Before battle, he would light them so smoke curled around his face, making him look like a demon rising from the sea. The truth? He may have killed fewer men than you'd think, often relying on intimidation to win without a fight. But his legend was so terrifying that many surrendered without firing a shot. It was theater as much as piracy, and it worked. Then there was Calico Jack Rackham, named for his fondness for bright, flamboyant clothing made of calico. He wasn't the most successful pirate, nor the most ruthless, but he had something else, charisma. He cultivated an image of style, flair, and daring, hoisting a version of the Jolly Roger with crossed swords beneath a skull. His exploits were bold but often bungled. Yet his story endures because of the people he sailed with, two of the most famous women pirates in history. Anne Bonny and Mary Red broke every rule written by their time. Both disguised themselves as men when necessary, fought alongside their crewmates, and shocked the world by simply existing in a profession supposedly reserved for brutal men. They cursed, they carried pistols, and they demanded to be treated as equals. Stories tell of Anne shouting at her fellow pirates during a fight, furious that they were cowering below deck while she and Mary stood on, firing back at attackers. Were all the tales true? Probably not. But the image of two women wielding blades under the black flag has been impossible to forget. And then there was Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart. Unlike Calico Jack, he was ruthlessly effective. Roberts captured more than 400 ships in his career, making him arguably the most successful pirate of the era. He dressed extravagantly, wore a crimson waistcoat in battle, and carried himself with the stiff pride of a gentleman gone rogue. He turned piracy into a system, drilling his men like a navy and enforcing discipline that other captains might have laughed at. If Blackbeard was terror and Calico Jack was style, then Roberts was efficiency, a man who turned plunder into a full-time industry. These figures didn't just survive, they thrived because they understood the power of story. Pirates lived and died quickly, but their reputations could sail farther than any ship. Merchants whispered their names in fear, tavern-goers retold their exploits in drunken awe, and pamphleteers in London exaggerated every detail to sell more copies. Legends inflated as fast as the sails of a ship in strong wind, until the line between man and myth blurred completely. So when you picture the Golden Age of Piracy, don't just imagine faceless crews swarming merchant ships. Picture these icons at the prow, beards smoking, calico shirts blazing with color, women fighting defiantly against all odds, crimson jackets flashing in the sun. They were performers as much as criminals, masters of spectacle, writing themselves into history by sheer audacity. That's why they endure, not because they lived long lives, they didn't, but because they played their roles so well that centuries later we still remember their stage. If pirates were actors on the stage of the sea, then Edward Teach, Blackbeard, was the undisputed director of horror. He understood better than almost anyone else that violence wasn't always necessary if you could make your enemies believe it was inevitable. His greatest weapon wasn't his cutlass or pistols, but the terrifying image he constructed of himself. Imagine this. You're a weary merchant sailor, your ship heavy with sugar and rum, when you spot a vessel in the distance. Its sails are patched but full, its hull dark and looming, and then you see him. A giant of a man with wild, coal-black hair and a beard so thick it looks like it's swallowing his face. He's tied slow-burning fuses into his braids, sparks spitting, smoke curling around him as if he's stepped straight out of hell. The sight alone is enough to send shivers through the toughest crew. Guns are loaded, cannons are aimed, but more often than not, the merchant ship simply lowers its colors and surrenders. Why fight when the devil himself has shown up to collect? Here's the funny part. For all his terrifying image, Blackbeard wasn't actually the most bloodthirsty pirate. In fact, his ledger of confirmed kills was surprisingly slim compared to others. He didn't need to spill blood when his performance did the work for him. He crafted a persona so fearsome that it did the fighting long before the first cannonball flew. Think about it. Would you rather battle a man who looked like your neighbor or a smoke-shrouded demon who seemed to revel in chaos? Most captains chose the wiser option and handed over their cargo. Blackbeard also knew the value of spectacle beyond the battlefield. He cultivated stories about himself, feeding into his myth. He'd fire pistols in the air just to startle his own crew. He once blockaded the entire port of Charleston, South Carolina, holding the city hostage until he was supplied with medicine. This wasn't just piracy, it was theater on a grand scale, a demonstration that one man and a few ships could humiliate an entire colony. It was both ridiculous and awe-inspiring. But beneath the smoke and noise, Blackbeard was a practical man. He divided plunder with some fairness, treated his crew as partners more than slaves, and knew when to negotiate. He wasn't some mindless brute. He was calculated. His use of fear wasn't just for show. It was a strategy that minimized actual risk. Why fight bloody battles when you can win by reputation alone? Still, his career was short. He rose fast and fell faster. By 1718, the British Crown, tired of his antics and the disruption of trade, decided it had had enough. Lieutenant Robert Maynard lured him into a trap off the coast of North Carolina. In a brutal fight, Blackbeard was shot and slashed repeatedly before finally going down. His severed head was hung from Maynard's ship like a grotesque trophy, a final theatrical image for a man who had lived by performance. And yet, did death end the legend? Not at all. If anything, it sealed it. Blackbeard's ghost was said to haunt the waters where he died, his headless body swimming in the waves, searching for its lost skull. Fishermen swore they saw his spectral ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge, drifting silently across the horizon. Whether or not any of it was true didn't matter. The myth had already outgrown the man. So when you hear the name Blackbeard today, you're not just recalling a pirate. You're recalling one of history's greatest performers, a man who understood fear as both an art and a weapon. His stage was the sea, his audience the world, and his performance so unforgettable that centuries later we're still applauding in awe and a little bit of dread. If Blackbeard was the terrifying face of piracy, then John Rackham, better known as Calico Jack, was its fashion icon. The man wasn't particularly fearsome, nor was he especially successful compared to others, but he had something almost as valuable as gold: style. His nickname came from the brightly patterned calico coats he wore, loud enough to be seen from a mile away. It was a choice that said, "I may not be the biggest or the baddest, but I'll be the most noticeable." And in a world where fear and reputation kept you alive, being memorable mattered. Calico Jack's story would likely have been a footnote in the annals of piracy, if not for two extraordinary women who joined his crew, Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Their presence turned his otherwise average exploits into a legend that has fascinated people ever since. Anne Bonny was born in Ireland, but grew up in the Americas, the daughter of a wealthy planter. She had a fiery temper and a restless spirit. Stories say she once stabbed a servant girl with a kitchen knife, though the truth is hard to pin down. What we do know is that she wasn't content with the role society expected of her. Marrying a small-time sailor didn't calm her spirit. Running away with Calico Jack did. She traded the plantation house for the rolling deck of a pirate ship, proving herself as fierce with a blade as any man. Mary Red's tale was even stranger. Born in England, she was disguised as a boy from childhood so her family could inherit money. She grew up living as Mark Red, working as a soldier and sailor. By the time she crossed paths with Calico Jack and Anne Bonny, Mary had long since mastered the art of slipping between identities. When she joined their crew, she initially kept her disguise, but Anne, curious and bold, discovered the truth. Instead of turning her away, Anne accepted her, and the two became close allies. Now picture it, a small pirate crew, led by a man in flamboyant coats, backed by two women who defied every expectation of the age. While other pirates leaned on spectacle or terror, this trio leaned on audacity. Reports from the time describe Anne and Mary fighting openly in men's clothes, wielding pistols and cutlasses, cursing louder than the men beside them. They weren't mascots or novelties, they were feared combatants. When boarding parties went over the rails, Anne and Mary were often the first in line. One of the most famous stories of their courage came during the final days of Calico Jack's career. His ship was cornered by a pirate hunter. Most of the crew, drunk and unwilling to fight, cowered below deck. But Anne Bonny and Mary Read fought ferociously, shouting at the men to come up and defend themselves. Outnumbered and abandoned, they couldn't hold out forever. The ship was captured, and the crew taken to trial in Jamaica. Calico Jack was sentenced to hang, and before his execution, Anne Bonny reportedly delivered the coldest line in pirate history. She told him, "If you had fought like a man, you need not be hanged like a dog." Brutal but fair. Anne and Mary both escaped the noose by pleading the belly, claiming they were pregnant, which delayed executions. Mary fell ill and died in prison not long after. Anne's fate is more mysterious. Some say her wealthy father intervened to free her, and she lived out her days quietly. Others imagine she slipped back into obscurity, perhaps even finding another ship to sail under a new name. The truth is lost, but the legend remains. Together, Calico Jack, Anne Bonny, and Mary Read embodied a different side of piracy. Not the sheer terror of Blackbeard, but the wild defiance of people unwilling to live within the boundaries society had drawn for them. They weren't the richest or most feared pirates of their age, but they became symbols of rebellion, of choosing freedom over obedience, even if that freedom came at the cost of the gallows. And maybe that's why their story still resonates. Pirates are remembered not just for plunder, but for the dream of living life on your own terms, no matter how brief or dangerous that life might be. When people imagine pirates, they often picture chaos, rowdy drunkards waving swords, shouting curses, and stumbling around the deck. But not all pirates fit that mold. Some, strangely enough, insisted on discipline, manners, and even a touch of elegance. Enter Bartholomew Roberts, also known as Blackbart, the most successful pirate of the Golden Age. Not in legend, but in sheer numbers, the man captured over 400 ships in his career. That's not exaggeration, that's bookkeeping. Roberts wasn't the kind of pirate who stumbled into the life because he liked rum and adventure. He was originally a skilled navigator, forced into piracy when his ship was taken. At first, he wanted nothing to do with it, but the pirates saw his talent with charts and stars, and when their captain died, they elected Roberts as the new leader. He reportedly said he didn't much care for the pirate life, but since it offered a short life but a merry one, he might as well make the most of it. That short life turned out to be remarkably eventful. Roberts stood out for several reasons. For one, he had standards. He banned drinking on his ships, which sounds downright heretical for a pirate crew. He also enforced strict rules against gambling, desertion, and even bringing women aboard. His ships ran more like naval frigates than floating taverns, and yet his men respected him because under his command they grew wealthy and untouchable. He also had a flair for presentation. While Blackbeard relied on smoke and fire to terrify, Roberts leaned on fashion. He dressed in fine silks, wore a crimson waistcoat, and carried himself with aristocratic dignity. Imagine him standing on the quarterdeck looking more like a nobleman than a pirate, with the Jolly Roger snapping in the wind behind him. His enemies saw not a ragged bandit, but a man who looked born to command. And command he did. Roberts didn't waste time on small targets. He hunted big merchant convoys and naval ships, taking prizes in the Caribbean, West Africa, and even the coast of Brazil. His reach was global. He was so effective that insurance rates for Atlantic shipping skyrocketed. Governments cursed his name, and merchants prayed never to see his sails on the horizon. Roberts also innovated. He used smaller, faster ships to outmaneuver larger warships, and he created a distinctive black flag showing a figure holding an hourglass, a grim reminder that time was running out for his enemies. His leadership was sharp, his men drilled, and his tactics effective. If piracy had generals, Roberts was one of them. But despite his elegance and order, he wasn't merciful. Roberts's raids often ended in executions or burning ships. His reputation sharpened not just by his appearance but by his ruthlessness. Yet unlike Blackbeard's wild terror or Calico Jack's flamboyant defiance, Roberts's menace came with a chilling professionalism. He was less devil of the seas and more CEO of piracy. His downfall came, as it often did, from the tightening noose of empire. In 1722, near the coast of Africa, the British Royal Navy finally cornered him. During the battle, Roberts was struck by grapeshot and killed instantly. His men, knowing what capture meant, dressed him in his finest clothes, weighted his body with chains, and cast him into the sea, denying the Navy the satisfaction of displaying him in death. Bartholomew Roberts's reign lasted only a few short years, but in that time he reshaped piracy. He proved it could be efficient, disciplined, and terrifyingly successful. More than Blackbeard, more than Calico Jack, he showed that piracy wasn't just chaos on the waves. It could be a well-oiled machine, run with precision and purpose. And in a way, Roberts's legacy marks the peak of piracy's power. After his death, the Golden Age began to dim. The seas grew less welcoming to outlaws, and the balance of terror shifted back to the empires. But for a moment, one elegantly dressed pirate managed to turn the oceans into his empire, and he did it not with smoke or theatrics, but with order, discipline, and an iron will. If pirates were remembered only for their hunger, sickness, or sunburn, the Golden Age wouldn't have stuck in our imagination. What really carved them into legend were the moments when ragged crews on creaking ships went toe-to-toe with empires and lived to tell the tale. These were the epic raids and showdowns that spread their reputation across oceans like wildfire, whispered from tavern to tavern, and exaggerated until they felt larger than life. Let's start with the Caribbean, where Spanish galleons groaned under the weight of treasure hauled from the New World. These ships were floating vaults, packed with silver from Peru, gold from Mexico, and spices from across the empire. They were also well-armed and heavily guarded, but that didn't always save them. Pirates struck with speed, knowing that a single galleon could fund a lifetime. Stories circulated of bold raids where men climbed aboard under musket fire, smoke filling the decks as treasure chests were dragged away. The truth was often messier, with smaller victories and more frustration, but the image of pirates plundering Spanish treasure ships became the core of their legend. Then there were the blockades, audacious acts where pirates essentially declared themselves rulers of the sea. Imagine sailing into a harbor, dropping anchor across the entrance, and holding an entire town hostage. That's exactly what Blackbeard did at Charleston in 1718. For nearly a week, he strangled the city's trade, capturing ships and ransoming hostages. The people of Charleston, terrified of massacre, had no choice but to give in to his demands. It wasn't just robbery, it was theater, a statement to the world that pirates could hold whole cities in the palm of their hands. Other raids were more brutal, like the infamous attack on Ouida on the coast of Africa by Bartholomew Roberts. Robert stormed the harbor, seizing ships, killing crews, and leaving smoking wrecks behind him. His reach across continents showed how piracy had gone global. It wasn't just the Caribbean anymore. It was the Atlantic, Africa, Brazil, anywhere trade sailed and wealth moved. But the stories weren't just about treasure. They were about battles fought against impossible odds. Pirate crews often faced warships far larger than their own. When they won, it wasn't just luck, it was tactics. They fought dirty, boarding quickly, using fear and confusion as weapons. A Navy captain might train for years to master a cannon broadside, but pirates knew how to turn desperation into an edge. Their greatest victories weren't about gold. They were about proving that outcasts and runaways could stand against the giants of empire. Of course, these showdowns didn't always end well. For every successful raid, there were failed ones, with crews scattered, captured, or killed. Yet somehow, it was the victories that stuck in memory. Sailors retold the stories in candle-lit taverns, each time with a little more smoke, a little more fire, a little more treasure. And as the tales grew, so too did the aura of piracy. It's worth pausing to think about why. Pirates didn't win many wars. They didn't topple kingdoms or rewrite maps, but they became symbols because of these moments when they defied the odds, even briefly. They lived in the cracks between empire and chaos, and their raids and blockades became stories of small men standing up to vast powers. That's the kind of tale that sticks, even when the facts get fuzzy. So whether it was Blackbeard choking a city, Robert storming a harbor, or nameless crews slipping away with treasure under the moonlight, these epic showdowns kept the legend alive. And while empires eventually struck back in those brief, violent, theatrical moments, it was the pirates who ruled the seas. Chapter 4. The End of an Era. For all the bravado of pirates waving black flags and swaggering into taverns, their freedom was always temporary. The Golden Age of Piracy wasn't built on strength, it was built on neglect. The empires of Europe had been too busy fighting each other to deal with the nuisance of rogue captains. But once the wars settled and merchants began counting their lost profits, the patience snapped. Suddenly, the same kings and governments who once winked at piracy decided it was a scourge that had to be eradicated. Picture the mood in London, Paris, and Madrid in the early 1700s. Merchants stormed into government halls, waving reports of ships lost, insurance rates skyrocketing, and ports paralyzed by blockade. Politicians, who once quietly enjoyed pirate loot filtering through colonial markets, now heard the complaints of bankers and shipping magnates, and when money complained, rulers listened. What followed was a coordinated crackdown, an imperial revenge tour. Naval patrols that once turned a blind eye now prowled the Caribbean. The British Royal Navy, tired of seeing its reputation mocked by half-drunken rogues, sent heavily armed frigates to hunt pirates with relentless focus. Spain, long humiliated by raiders stealing its treasure fleets, tightened its convoys and poured resources into coastal defenses. Even France, which had once tolerated privateers operating on its behalf, began closing off safe harbors. The age of indulgence was over, but it wasn't just the ships. It was the laws. Governments realized they needed not only cannons, but also courts. Piracy was declared a universal crime, meaning that any nation could capture and prosecute pirates, regardless of where the crime occurred. Admiralty courts popped up across the Caribbean, in Jamaica, in Nassau, in Charleston, offering swift, brutal justice. No long trials, no sympathetic juries, just a quick hearing, a guilty verdict, and the inevitable walk up the gallows. For men who had once toasted their freedom in Nassau taverns, the sight of bodies hanging along harbor entrances was a chilling message. The retaliation wasn't always fair, nor was it always accurate. Sailors unlucky enough to be mistaken for pirates were sometimes swept up in the dragnet, condemned alongside the guilty. Colonial governors eager to prove their loyalty to crown and profit made examples whenever possible. A pirate's end was no longer a quiet slip into obscurity. It was designed to be a public warning, a spectacle meant to terrify anyone thinking of hoisting the Jolly Roger. And yet the crackdown revealed something ironic. For all the talk of pirates as savage criminals, many common folk sympathized with them. They saw governments that taxed them harshly, navies that conscripted them unwillingly, and merchants who grew fat while ordinary sailors lived on scraps. Pirates, for all their brutality, had lived outside that system, at least for a while. So when governments retaliated, it wasn't just pirates who grumbled. It was the people who sometimes saw in those outlaws a shadow of their own frustrations. But sympathy wasn't enough to save them. Once the combined might of Europe's navies and courts turned fully against piracy, the end was only a matter of time. The sea that had once seemed wide open suddenly felt crowded with warships. The harbors that had once welcomed became hostile, and the taverns that once rang with pirate songs now whispered of hangings. The retaliation had begun, and with it, the Golden Age of Piracy was sailing into its final storms. The retaliation wasn't just abstract policy. It had names, faces, and bloody finales. The Golden Age of Piracy closed not with a quiet fade, but with dramatic hunts that read like the last acts of a tragic play. If pirates had been the rock stars of the seas, their final chapters were their public downfalls, staged for maximum effect. Take Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. His reputation had grown so outrageous that even his enemies described him with a shiver of reluctant admiration. He cultivated fear like an artist, braided his beard with smoking fuses, glared from beneath a tangle of hair, and moved through battle with pistols strapped across his chest like a walking arsenal. But in the end, fear was not enough. In November 1718, the British Navy decided Blackbeard had outlived his usefulness as a legend. Lieutenant Robert Maynard sailed out from Virginia with a pair of sloops and cornered him off Ocracoke Island. The battle was brutal and up close, fought with pistols, cutlasses, and grit, and though Blackbeard fought like a demon, he fell. His head was hung from Maynard's bow as proof, a grotesque trophy meant to tell every sailor what became of even the fiercest pirate. But Blackbeard wasn't the only one. Across the Atlantic, Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart, was sailing at the peak of his fame. Unlike Blackbeard's flair for theater, Roberts was all about efficiency. He raided with precision, commanded fleets of captured ships, and dressed in flamboyant crimson coats that made him as much a spectacle as his raids. He captured more ships than any other pirate, nearly 400 by some counts, yet even he couldn't outrun the noose tightening around piracy. In 1722, the British Navy cornered him off the coast of West Africa. A cannon shot cut him down mid-battle. His men, fearing what the British would do to his body, buried him at sea almost immediately, sending their captain to the depths before his enemies could claim him as a prize. And then there was Nassau. For years it had been the pirates' dreamland, a ramshackle republic of grog shops, makeshift huts, and lawless camaraderie where men and women reinvented themselves under the black flag. But in 1718, Woodes Rogers, backed by the British Crown, sailed in as governor. His arrival marked the beginning of the end. Pirates were given a choice: accept a royal pardon and live, or resist and hang. Many, weary of the chase, accepted, others fled, and a handful fought to the bitter end only to be cut down. The pirate republic evaporated almost overnight, replaced by British order, courts, and gallows. These final hunts didn't just kill individual men, they killed the dream. Piracy had thrived on the cracks between empires, on the moments of chaos when law couldn't keep up with ambition. But as the empires recovered, they sealed those cracks. The end of Blackbeard, the fall of Roberts, and the capture of Nassau were not just events, they were symbols. Symbols that the era of pirates ruling the seas was closing, replaced once again by the iron grip of empire. Still, in taverns and whispered stories, their names lingered. Blackbeard's ghost was said to haunt Ocracoke. Roberts was remembered as the most efficient pirate who ever lived, and Nassau became a half-mythical place, a memory of freedom in an age of order. The final hunts had claimed the bodies, but the legends were already slipping beyond reach, sailing into something no navy could kill. Myth. When the nooses were tightened and the bodies left swinging in the Caribbean sun, it wasn't just individual men who were gone, it was a way of life. The end of piracy marked the closing of a strange, brief experiment in freedom and rebellion. But like all endings, it was not complete. Something was lost, yes, but something also remained. So, what was lost? First, the fragile dream of equality at sea. On land, society was suffocatingly rigid. Kings at the top, peasants at the bottom, and 1,000 unspoken rules about who could eat what, wear what, or even look at whom. But on a pirate ship, things were startlingly different. Captains were elected, loot was shared, and even the least skilled sailor had a voice in the Articles of Agreement. When piracy ended, that floating democracy sank with it. Back came the brutal hierarchy of naval life, where sailors were whipped into obedience and officers strutted about like petty kings. The sea, once a frontier of possibility, reverted to another arm of empire. Also lost was the illusion of safe passage for merchant ships. For 2 or 3 decades, the Caribbean and Atlantic had felt like waters where danger lurked behind every horizon. Every fat merchantman sailing out of Havana or Port Royal lived in fear that a black flag might rise from the waves. The end of piracy reassured investors, merchants, and kings, but it also stripped the seas of a strange kind of excitement. The stories that once terrified crews would, in time, thrill readers instead. But for the men who lived it, the sudden absence of that uncertainty was like a silence, comforting to some, suffocating to others. And let's not forget the pirate havens themselves. Nassau, Tortuga, Port Royal, these places lost their wildness. Nassau was brought under British law, Tortuga became just another colonial backwater, and Port Royal, once notorious as the wickedest city on earth, was tamed after earthquakes and hurricanes tore it apart. The rowdy taverns, the lawless marketplaces, the smoky wharves where men from every corner of the Atlantic rubbed shoulders, all faded into memory. In their place came customs officers, naval patrols, and clerks counting barrels of molasses with joyless precision. Yet, for all that was lost, so much remained. Pirates had stamped themselves into the imagination of the world, and that stamp proved impossible to erase. Their names lived on in court transcripts, sailor songs, and whispered tales in dockside taverns. The terror they once inspired began to transform into legend, and legend into myth. People who once cursed them began retelling their stories with a touch of admiration. Blackbeard's ferocity, Anne Bonny's defiance, Bartholomew Roberts's crimson finery, all these details outlived the reality of hunger, disease, and gallows. What also remained were the scars left behind on empire itself. Piracy had forced colonial powers to admit that their grip on the seas was fragile. They had to pour money into patrols, fortifications, and treaties. In a way, pirates had been the most honest critics of empire. They exposed its weaknesses, exploited its greed, and thrived on its contradictions. Even in defeat, they left a mark, a reminder that power is never absolute, and that resistance, even in the form of theft and chaos, can rattle the mighty. And then, of course, there was the cultural inheritance. Pirates gave us more than just a few colorful tales. They gave us a vocabulary, pieces of 8, dead men tell no tales, the Jolly Roger. They gave us an image of freedom and defiance, however messy the reality was. They gave us a vision of men and women who lived outside the law, who thumbed their noses at kings and corporations, who carved out fleeting moments of liberty in a world dominated by authority. That vision survived long after the hangings were over. So yes, much was lost when piracy ended, but perhaps what mattered most remained. The idea that, for a brief, turbulent moment in history, ordinary people seized the sea and lived by their own rules, and even as their bodies rotted under the Caribbean sun, their legends sailed on untouchable. Here's the thing about pirates. They may have died at the gallows, but their ghosts never left. The Golden Age of Piracy, brief as it was, cast echoes that still rattle through our culture today. You can hear it in the creak of a movie ship's rigging, see it in the skull and crossbones slapped on Halloween costumes, and even hum it in the chorus of a sea shanty that went viral on TikTok centuries after the last pirate flag fell. The age itself ended, but the echo never stopped. The first echo came in literature. In the decades after the crackdowns, sailors still sang about Blackbeard and Roberts in taverns, but it wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that writers really started polishing the pirate into something mythic. Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Pirates, possibly written by Daniel Defoe, was basically the pirate's who's who of its time. It turned real men into larger-than-life anti-heroes, blending fact, rumor, and outright invention. Without Johnson's book, we might not even remember Anne Bonny or Calico Jack. He gave them immortality, even if he also gave them a touch more swagger than they probably had in real life. The next big echo came with adventure novels. Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island didn't just echo the Golden Age, it amplified it into something permanent. Long John Silver's Crutch and Parrot, the buried treasure maps marked with X, the idea of pirates talking in a peculiar accent. These weren't direct from history, they were creations, echoes distorted into legend, and yet they stuck so firmly that even today, when you picture a pirate, you're probably picturing Stevenson's imagination more than anything Blackbeard ever did. The echo spread into song and theater, then into Hollywood. Errol Flynn swung from rigging with suspiciously clean teeth. Disney built an empire of its own with Pirates of the Caribbean, turning Captain Jack Sparrow into a global icon, and with each retelling, the pirate grew further from the salty, disease-ridden truth and closer to an eternal symbol of rebellion, freedom, and adventure. Pirates once hanged for terrorizing shipping lanes were recast as lovable rogues. History got smoothed over, but the echo carried on. There's another echo too, one that's less flashy but maybe more important. Pirates left behind ideas that have crept into modern conversations about democracy, labor, and resistance. The way they divided plunder fairly, the way they voted for leaders, the way they allowed voices that were silenced on land to be heard at sea, all of that has fascinated historians. Some have even argued that pirate ships were floating laboratories of democracy, a rough but radical experiment in fairness. The echo of those ideas about equality, about rejecting hierarchy, still has a strange resonance today, whether or not we acknowledge the source. And then there's the personal echo, the one that whispers in our imaginations when we stare at the horizon. Pirates embody the dream of escape, the fantasy of cutting ties, hoisting sails, and vanishing into the blue to live by no one's rules but your own. Most of us would never want the reality, the scurvy, the lice, the constant threat of death, but the dream lingers. It's why pirate flags still flutter on college dorm walls, why people still hold talk like a pirate day, and why buried treasure stories still make kids dig holes in the backyard. The echo isn't just in books and movies, it's in us. So when we talk about the Golden Age of Piracy, remember, it didn't just end, it transformed. The flesh and blood pirates are gone, but the shadows they left behind still sail. Their flags wave in our stories, their songs ring in our ears, and their ideas, twisted, exaggerated, but stubbornly alive, still haunt the edges of culture. The seas are quieter now, the Caribbean no longer stalked by men with pistols and cutlasses, but in the echo of their age, they never truly died. So here we are, at the quiet end of a noisy age. The Golden Age of Piracy burned bright and brief, just a few decades of chaos, rebellion, and salt-stained dreams. In reality, it was cramped decks, spoiled meat, diseases that lingered like unwelcome passengers, and the constant threat of capture. Yet somehow, from those harsh conditions came a legend that refuses to sink. Think of what we've walked through tonight. We've seen how wars and collapsing empires set the stage for piracy. We've stepped onto ships where men voted for their captains and shared their plunder in a rough version of equality. We've met figures who blurred the line between myth and reality. Blackbeard with his smoky theatrics, Anne Bonny and Mary Read defying expectations, Calico Jack turning piracy into style, and finally, we watched as governments cracked down, the nooses tightened, and the so-called Republic of the Seas faded back into dust. But of course the story didn't really end there. Pirates didn't just vanish, they drifted sideways into imagination, into tavern songs, into novels, into Hollywood, into Halloween costumes and internet memes. Their Jolly Roger still waves, not from a mast, but from the collective imagination of every generation that sees in them a flicker of freedom, rebellion, or adventure. They were criminals, yes, but also dreamers, and maybe that's why we can't quite let them go. As you lie back now, let the rhythm of the waves soften in your mind. Picture the creak of a ship's timbers rocking gently in the swell, the lanterns swinging in the dark, the faint hum of a sea shanty fading into the night. Out there, beyond the horizon, the pirates have gone, but their echoes remain, half history, half myth, all carried forward by our restless need for stories. And unlike those sleepless men who once scanned the waters for sails on the horizon, you don't need to keep watch tonight. You can rest easy, knowing the only thing waiting for you is the calm of sleep. Close your eyes, let the waves carry you, and drift peacefully into dreams. Good night. Hey guys, welcome back to the Sleep Atlas. Before we start tonight's journey, take a moment, dim the lights, let the noise of the day dissolve. Wherever you are, you're about to travel somewhere strange, not a place on any official map, but one that lives in whispers, in dust, in the margins of forgotten atlases. This is the story of Tartaria. They say history is written by the victors, but what happens when the victors forget to mention an entire empire? What if there really was a civilization, vast, advanced, beautiful, erased not by time, but by design? A civilization that built cities we can still see, but no longer recognize. Sounds impossible, right? Yet somehow you've probably already seen pieces of it. The old photos of cities with windows buried beneath the streets, the maps labeled Grand Tartary, the ornate architecture that feels out of place as if it belonged to someone else, someone older, someone gone. Now, to be clear, Tartaria isn't a historical fact. It's a theory, a myth, a dream, if you want to be kind. But it's a dream that refuses to die, because at its heart lies something irresistible. The idea that history isn't what we think it is, that we've been handed a world with a few missing chapters, and whether you believe the myth or not, it's hard not to feel something when you see it. So tonight, we're going to drift through that myth together, through maps, ruins, and half-buried cities, through stories of explorers and erased empires, through the dusty edges of history where imagination and memory blur together. And if you fall asleep along the way, that's fine. That's kind of the point. For more journeys through history to help you sleep, please subscribe to the Sleep Atlas. And hey, what's keeping you up tonight? Let me know in the comments. All right, let's begin. Imagine fog rolling over endless plains, gold grass bending under the wind. You stand before a vast land that feels both ancient and impossible, somewhere between Asia and memory, somewhere once called Tartaria. Chapter 1. The Empire That Never Was, or was it? They called it Grand Tartary. On maps from the 17th and 18th centuries, it sprawled across nearly half of Asia, an empire stretching from the icy edges of Siberia to the mountains of Tibet, from the Pacific all the way to the Caspian Sea. A continent-wide expanse so huge it made Europe look like a backyard garden. But here's the strange thing. When you look closer, it doesn't behave like any other empire on the map. No clear capital, no list of rulers, just a name, Tartaria, floating over deserts and steppes, surrounded by decorative drawings of camels and horsemen. The cartographers might as well have written, "Here be mystery." And yet, for hundreds of years, Western mapmakers copied that name again and again. Tartaria, Grand Tartary, the Great Tartar Empire. Sometimes they drew castles or cities with minarets. Sometimes they left it blank, as if even they didn't know what they were depicting. So what was Tartaria, according to the official story? Nothing. The word Tartary was simply a European catch-all term for the unknown lands of Central and Northern Asia. The people who lived there, Tatars, Mongols, Siberian tribes, were lumped together under one convenient label. To the Europeans of the 1600s, it was the great blurry East, wild, uncivilized, and beyond comprehension. But to modern eyes, it doesn't look like nothing. It looks deliberate, mysterious, like the ghost of something that was once real. And that's where the story starts to hum. Because if you look long enough, if you trace enough old maps, you start to notice inconsistencies. Cities drawn where no cities should exist. Structures too grand for the people historians claim built them. Ruins that don't seem to fit their supposed age. Some believe those ruins were Tartarian, that an advanced civilization, older than Rome, older even than Egypt, once stretched across the world. They say its architecture was sophisticated, its technology almost magical, free energy, perfect symmetry, Towering buildings powered not by fire or water, but by something lost, something we can no longer name. It sounds absurd, but then you see the photos. Black and white images from the late 19th century. Cities under construction, except everything already looks finished. Cathedral-sized buildings supposedly built in a decade, though even modern machinery would struggle. Streets half-buried, windows below ground level, as if the earth itself had swallowed the first floors. That's where the mud flood theory enters. According to believers, some great cataclysm, maybe natural, maybe man-made, swept across the world in the 1800s, burying entire cities in mud and erasing all evidence of this lost empire. When humanity dug out afterward, we inherited the world we think we built. In other words, the Victorians didn't build all those ornate cities. They unearthed them. It's easy to roll your eyes, but it's also strangely poetic, because even if Tartaria never existed, the feeling behind it, that something monumental was lost, is very real. And part of why this myth persists is because, well, history does lose things. Entire civilizations have vanished before. The Minoans, the Indus Valley, the Olmecs, people who built incredible cities, traded across oceans, and then disappeared, leaving nothing but stones and speculation. So maybe the idea of Tartaria isn't so far-fetched. Maybe it's a reflection of that same human ache, the need to fill in the gaps with something beautiful. Imagine wandering through a European city at dusk. The sky is pale gold. Pigeons circle over rooftops. You walk down a street where the buildings rise like cathedrals, domes, arches, pillars carved in perfect balance. It all feels too good, too symmetrical, too ancient to have been born in the soot and smoke of the industrial age. For a moment you wonder, did we build this, or did we inherit it? The theory of Tartaria taps into that quiet doubt, the sense that somewhere along the way, humanity rebooted, restarted, forgot, and the mud flood is a metaphor for time, for amnesia, for the way civilizations bury their own pasts under layers of progress. It's an idea that's equal parts eerie and comforting, because if there really was a forgotten golden age, maybe the world isn't as random as it seems. Maybe we've been here before. Maybe we'll find it again. And even if it's all a myth, it's a myth that asks good questions. Who decides what counts as history? How much of what we know is just the version that survived? So as we drift deeper into the story, try not to worry about what's true or false. Just imagine the possibility. A civilization erased not by war, not by time, but by forgetting. A memory whispered by wind over empty plains. The empire that never was, or maybe the one we no longer remember. Imagine you're an explorer in the late 1700s. You've left behind the comfortable parlours of London or Paris, the powdered wigs, the smoky taverns, the endless debates about civilization and progress. You're trudging through a landscape so vast it feels like the sky itself is falling toward the horizon. This is the world early explorers called Tartary. Endless plains, windswept deserts, forests that swallow sound. You could ride for weeks without seeing a soul, yet somehow you never feel alone. There's something in the air, the sense that once something grand was here, something old, something that had the decency to leave quietly. Western explorers were baffled by what they found. Vast stone ruins scattered through Central Asia, half-buried fortresses, walls that seemed to go nowhere. Nomadic tribes spoke of ancient cities lost to storms and floods, old temples built by hands they could no longer name. And yet, in their journals, these explorers rarely admitted confusion. Europeans of the Enlightenment were not fans of mystery. They preferred tidy explanations, primitive people, ancient ruins, nothing to see here. Still, a few of them couldn't quite let it go. In 1755, the English geographer Emmanuel Bowen published a map labeling nearly the entire interior of Asia as Great Tartary. To the west lay Little Tartary, and further south, Independent Tartary. Even China was labeled part of the Great Tartar Empire. Historians later claimed it was simply ignorance. Cartographers didn't know what else to call it. But if you're a conspiracy-minded insomniac scrolling through old atlases at 3 a.m., it starts to look deliberate, like someone drew a curtain over half the world and wrote, "Don't ask." Those maps became the backbone of the Tartarian legend. The idea that there was once a sprawling civilization across Siberia and Central Asia, erased from history and memory alike. And when explorers traveled through those regions, what they described often sounded contradictory. They found nomadic tribes living in tents, herders, hunters, perfectly ordinary people. But they also found traces of things that didn't fit. Ancient irrigation systems, half-buried brickworks, strange mounds that hinted at forgotten settlements. The farther they went, the more surreal it became. In Siberia, there were reports of colossal ruins swallowed by forests. In Mongolia, strange carvings and fortifications half lost to the sands. Some described crumbling citadels near the Altai Mountains, built of stone so precisely fitted it might as well have been cast, not carved. To modern historians, it's no great mystery. Remnants of older cultures, Turkic kingdoms, Mongol fortresses. But to the romantically inclined, it's something else. Evidence, perhaps, of a civilization that once ruled these lands, far older and more advanced than the textbooks admit. And then there's the emptiness, the eerie, silent expanse that made even hardened travelers uneasy. Take the accounts of Peter Simon Pallas, a German naturalist who explored Russia and Siberia in the 1770s. He described vast areas devoid of inhabitants, where ruined settlements lay beside abandoned mines and decayed fortifications. He mentioned rivers cutting through landscapes that seemed to have been reshaped by catastrophe, as though floods or mudslides had swept entire cities away. When his journals were published in Europe, readers found them haunting. The image of a land once filled with life, now reduced to wind and silence. It's here that the myth of the mud flood starts to germinate. The idea that an ancient disaster literally buried a civilization under layers of sediment, windows below street level, doors half submerged, entire first floors beneath the dirt. For believers, that wasn't just geology, it was evidence. And if you've ever walked through an old city, St. Petersburg, Prague, even San Francisco, you might have noticed it too. Streets sitting higher than the building's original entrances, like time itself kept adding layers. Of course, historians say it's just how old cities evolve. Roads get repaved, foundations sink, streets are raised to prevent flooding. But the human imagination doesn't like boring answers. Geological settling doesn't keep you awake at night. The idea of a worldwide cataclysm, though, that does. What's compelling about these explorers' reports is not what they found, but what they felt. The sense that they were moving through someone else's world, one that had been erased. There's a moment in nearly every explorer's journal, the kind that never makes it into the abridged editions, where they sound tired. The grand adventure wears off, and what's left is silence. Cold wind, vast skies, the creak of leather, and a feeling that they are walking through the afterlife of history. They pass strange earthworks, abandoned stone foundations, carvings of faces eroded to anonymity. Sometimes they sketch them, sometimes they move on. Always there's the sense of almost understanding, almost remembering. And maybe that's what Tartaria really is, a landscape of almost history, almost memory, a civilization that feels like it should have existed, even if it didn't. Think about it. How many times has humanity stared at something old and half-broken and said, we could never build that today? It's an illusion, but a powerful one. Standing before ruins or monuments, we see not just stone and mortar, but the faint shadow of our own fragility. We want the past to be smarter than us, nobler than us, more advanced than we deserve. It's easier to believe we're living in the ruins of greatness than to admit that maybe we're the ones who'll be forgotten. So when explorers trudged across those endless Asian plains and saw remnants of something they couldn't explain, it planted a seed, a legend. And legends, once born, never die. They sleep, they wait, they resurface in new forms, on message boards, in YouTube videos, in late-night rabbit holes where half the fun is not believing, but wondering. The Tartarian myth is less about what those explorers found and more about what we want to find, meaning, continuity, proof that the world once made sense and that maybe beneath all this noise and chaos, it still does. Imagine the explorer's campfire. The air is thin and cold. Sparks float upward, swallowed by the night. Somewhere in the distance, wolves call to each other, and above stars shimmer, the same constellations those long-lost Tartarians might have seen if they ever existed at all. The explorer looks out over the dark plain, notebook open, and writes one word on the page, Tartaria, a word that means nothing and everything. They say the earth remembers. Every stone, every layer of dirt, every foundation buried beneath a modern street is a diary, written in silence. But if you listen to the believers of the mud flood, the earth doesn't just remember, it hides. Picture this, a city half buried, windows that look out onto soil instead of streets, doorways that open into nothing but packed dirt, buildings whose first floors have vanished beneath layers of earth and time. To most, it's a quirk of old construction. To the followers of Tartaria, it's evidence of something far stranger, a global cataclysm that erased an entire civilization in a single, muddy sigh. The mud flood theory is one of those beautiful modern myths that could only have been born in the age of the internet. It began quietly, like a whisper in digital catacombs, obscure forums, old photography groups, amateur historians trading ideas. Someone noticed something odd. Antique photos from the 1800s showing cities with half-buried buildings, windows at ground level, strange architectural anachronisms. Then someone else noticed the same thing somewhere else, and suddenly a pattern emerged, or seemed to. If you stare at enough old photos for long enough, patterns start to appear everywhere. And soon the whispers took form. What if history isn't what we think it is? What if there was a reset, a literal flood of mud that buried the old world, wiped it clean, and left us to rebuild on top of its bones? It sounds ridiculous, but also admit it. It's a little bit seductive. Let's take a closer look at what this story really says. According to the myth, sometime in the 18th or 19th century, dates are always vague, an immense cataclysm struck the earth. Not water, but mud, thick, heavy, suffocating mud that rolled over cities like a blanket, swallowing buildings, streets, even entire civilizations. What survived was what we now call our world, a reset civilization built atop the ruins of the one before. The theory claims we are the survivors of an amnesiac world living in the shadow of a forgotten age. And once you start looking for it, you see it everywhere. Old photographs of St. Petersburg, where neoclassical buildings seem to have half their height underground. Doorways that lead nowhere in Istanbul. Strange window wells in San Francisco. Cathedrals whose ground floors appear oddly misaligned with the modern streets around them. The world, it seems, is full of buried stories. But here's where the magic, or the mischief, lies. Context. Cities grow, streets rise, pavements get repaved, foundations sink, earthquakes shift land. Engineers, bless their pragmatic hearts, have been dealing with that since ancient Mesopotamia. It's normal, but the human imagination doesn't want normal. It wants wonder. It wants the cosmic version of a plot twist. And so the mud flood became that twist, a grand, tragic reset that could explain the strangeness of the world, the impossible beauty of old architecture, the missing centuries, the ruins that look too modern to be ancient and too ancient to be modern. It's not hard to see why the theory stuck. It scratches two primal itches, the fear that we've forgotten something vital, and the hope that once humanity reached heights we can barely comprehend. It's a bedtime story for adults who no longer trust bedtime stories. Imagine it, the great cities of the past humming with energy and knowledge, star-shaped fortresses aligning with the heavens, towers crowned with gilded domes, machines powered not by coal or electricity but by sound, magnetism, or divine geometry. A golden age washed away in silence, leaving behind half-buried clues for the curious to rediscover centuries later. It's haunting, isn't it? The thought that the ground beneath your feet might be hiding a version of civilization more graceful, more harmonious, and, let's be honest, less exhausting than this one. The most poetic versions of the myth don't even insist on global destruction. They suggest something subtler. That time itself buried Tartaria. That the mud is just metaphor. The weight of centuries pressing down until memory sank into soil. That our cities grew atop their bones, and we live in their echoes without even realizing it. But even the literal believers, the ones who pore over 19th century photographs and Google Earth screenshots, are chasing something more than evidence. They're chasing awe, the sense that the world is not yet fully explained, that maybe, just maybe, there are still secrets hiding in plain sight. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. We like feeling small, not powerless, just small. The idea that we are part of something vast, mysterious, and older than we can imagine brings comfort. It means our anxieties, our endless scrolling, our late-night insomnia, they're all just surface noise above something deeper, older, wiser. The mud flood myth, for all its implausibility, taps into that longing. It's also, in a strange way, an act of defiance. In an age where algorithms decide what we see and experts tell us what to believe, the mud flood says, "No, I'll look for myself." It's a rebellion of curiosity, however misguided. And curiosity, even when it wanders off the map, is still one of the noblest human instincts. There's another reason the mud flood myth feels oddly soothing. It provides closure. History as we know it is messy. It's full of gaps, contradictions, burned archives, and lost languages. But if you say, it was all wiped out by a cataclysm, suddenly everything makes sense. The missing records, buried, the inconsistent architecture, survivors of the old world, the sense that things used to be better, proof of what we lost. It's a complete narrative, simple, self-contained, emotionally satisfying. And if you whisper it softly enough, it almost sounds plausible. But let's pause for a moment. Imagine walking through one of these mud-flood cities today. St. Petersburg in winter, snow falling over pale facades, the streets gleaming under the dim orange glow of street lamps. You pass a row of 18th century buildings, their ground floors half below street level, the windows dark and shuttered. And for a second, just a second, you feel it. The hum of something ancient, the faint vibration of time layered upon time. You know rationally that the explanation is boring, centuries of road repairs and architectural evolution. But your imagination doesn't care. It leans closer, it listens, it wants to believe. That's the quiet power of myths like Tartaria. They live not in evidence, but in emotion. And emotion, not logic, is what builds civilizations, or stories of them. So when someone insists the world was buried in mud a few hundred years ago, it's tempting to laugh, but look closer, and you'll see what they're really saying. They're mourning something they can't name. They're trying to make peace with the feeling that something's missing. That modern life, bright, loud, and efficient, feels a little hollow, as if the real story is still underground. And maybe, in a metaphorical way, it is. Not beneath our cities, but beneath our certainty. History is the soil we stand on, and every generation adds another layer. The deeper you dig, the older the questions get, until eventually you realize that the mud was never hiding the past. It was making it. The world is built on burial, and everything beautiful is, in some sense, reclaimed from the dirt. So maybe Tartaria was never an empire at all. Maybe it's an idea, a longing for the lost wholeness of things. Or maybe it's just a very elaborate excuse for why so many basements flood in spring. Take your pick. Either way, as the night deepens and your thoughts drift like dust in lamplight, the question lingers: if an entire civilization could be buried under centuries of mud and forgetfulness, would we even recognize it when we uncovered it? Or would we mistake it for ruins of our own? It's a strange thing, how ruins can feel alive. You walk among them and swear you can hear breathing. Not loud, not human, but the slow exhale of stone, the whisper of time smoothing edges and swallowing stories. That's the allure of forgotten grandeur, the feeling that the past isn't gone, just drowsing, half buried, half awake, waiting for someone to notice. When people speak of Tartaria, they don't imagine mud and dust. They imagine beauty, colossal arches, glittering domes, towers capped with orbs of gold, and wide boulevards aligned with the stars. They imagine symmetry, harmony, perfection, the world before we made it messy. And that's the quiet genius of the myth. It isn't built on fear, but on longing. You've seen it, even if you didn't recognize it. The grand railway stations built in the 19th century, dripping with ornament that seems almost too elegant for its purpose. The courthouses with domes that look more celestial than civic. The cathedrals rising from cobblestone streets like frozen thunderclaps of devotion. You stand before these buildings and wonder, who built this, and why don't we build like this anymore? That question is the ember that keeps Tartaria glowing in the imagination, because it feels wrong that we've forgotten how to make beauty on that scale. It feels wrong that we can't carve marble with such grace, or erect domes that kiss the clouds. And when something feels wrong, the human mind looks for a story to explain it. Tartaria becomes that story, a civilization that mastered form, function, and soul, then vanished without a trace. Some say those old buildings are Tartarian relics. that the ornate facades of St. Petersburg, Paris, Chicago, and even San Francisco are remnants of the same world, a world whose architecture was an act of faith. That the reason we can't replicate it now is because the knowledge was erased, the formulas for harmony, for proportion, for power drawn from geometry, gone, buried under new blueprints and the hum of electric wires. Of course, historians roll their eyes at this. They'll tell you, patiently, that these buildings were designed by very real architects, that neoclassicism was an artistic movement, not evidence of a hidden empire, that the beauty of those domes and arches came not from secret knowledge, but from mathematics, sweat, and a lot of unpaid apprentices. And they're right, technically. But here's the thing. Beauty doesn't care about technicalities. The Tartarian myth persists because these buildings feel different. They hum at a frequency modern architecture doesn't. Walk past a concrete office block and your mind slides off it. Walk past a century-old opera house and you slow down without meaning to. You feel something, a pulse. Maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's resonance, maybe it's just the echo of a time when craftsmanship was an act of worship. But whatever it is, it feels alive. Imagine standing at twilight in front of one of those old structures. The stone glows amber. The carvings seem to move in the shifting light. You can almost believe the building is remembering itself, its birth, its purpose, its centuries of reign and revolution. That's the spell of forgotten grandeur. The architecture isn't just old, it's haunted by the idea of meaning, and when meaning vanishes, mystery rushes in to fill the space. Tartaria thrives in that mystery. It offers an explanation for why the world feels simultaneously ancient and amnesiac, why progress sometimes feels like forgetting, why the cities of the past, those that survived wars, plagues, and fires, still look more eternal than anything we've built since. Modern life gives us glass towers and efficiency. Tartaria promises something slower, something that glows, a civilization that built not for profit or speed but for resonance, structures designed to outlast memory itself. It's an irresistible dream, because whether or not Tartaria existed, the feeling it represents is real, the ache for beauty that doesn't apologize for existing, for craftsmanship that outlives its makers, for a sense of belonging to something both vast and intentional. That's why the myth never fully dies. People share photographs of star-shaped forts, cathedrals that look like spaceships, and ornate courthouses buried halfway underground, whispering, "Look, this can't just be random." And maybe they're right, though not in the way they think, because what they're really seeing isn't proof of a lost empire. It's proof of a lost mindset. A time when humanity built upward and outward with a kind of faith we've since replaced with convenience. Take St. Isaac's Cathedral in St. Petersburg. It looks like it shouldn't exist. A colossal dome balanced on rows of red granite columns covered in gold that blazes even through fog. Inside, the marble floors mirror the heavens, and the ceilings are painted with saints so vivid they seem alive. Visitors describe it as overwhelming, transcendent, but the Tartarian imagination sees something else, evidence. They ask how such grandeur could be built in the early 1800s by hand in a place that was supposedly swamp and snow. They ask why the foundations look so deep, as if the building once stood taller. Historians give answers: scaffolding, imported granite, decades of work. But believers see a gap, and gaps, as we know, are where myths thrive. It's comforting in a way, because when you believe in Tartaria, you believe that someone once got it right, that the world once understood balance, proportion, light, and energy. that humans long ago built in tune with the earth instead of against it. It's a prettier story than the truth that history is mostly a series of accidents that occasionally produce beauty by mistake. And yet, even if the story is wrong, the emotion behind it is not. There's something deeply human about looking at ruins and imagining paradise, about standing in front of a crumbling palace and whispering, "Who were you? What did you know that we've forgotten?" We do this everywhere. In the jungles of Cambodia, staring at Angkor Wat, in the deserts of Egypt, under the shadow of the pyramids, in the mountains of Peru, among the terraces of Machu Picchu. We look at beauty that endures and assume it must have come from a civilization wiser than ours. Maybe it didn't, but maybe the impulse to think so says more about us than about them. Because really, the myth of Tartaria isn't about lost knowledge, it's about lost reverence. We miss believing that beauty meant something, that it wasn't an accessory, but a form of truth. That stone could hold memory, and domes could sing. So when you see those impossible old buildings and feel that small, unexplainable ache, don't rush to fill it with conspiracy. Let it linger. That ache is the story. It's the ghost of wonder, tapping you on the shoulder, reminding you that history is not a timeline. It's a mood, a long, slow chord, still resonating beneath the noise. And maybe that's what Tartaria really is, the echo of a world that believed in harmony more than speed, a civilization of imagination, built not in stone, but in longing. So as you drift deeper into this story, eyes heavy, thoughts softening, remember this: whether Tartaria was real or not, the beauty it promises was. You can still walk through it, touch it, breathe it in brick and marble and dusk. It's there, waiting quietly behind every ornate facade and every buried window. Forgotten grandeur, humming in the walls. There's something strange about ideas that shouldn't survive, yet somehow do. Tartaria is one of them. Every few decades it slips back into conversation like a ghost that refuses to stay buried. A whisper here, a map there, a photograph that feels off. Too ornate, too advanced, too forgotten. It persists not because it's proven, but because it's beautiful. You see, real history doesn't linger in our imaginations the same way myths do. Facts settle, myths breathe, and Tartaria breathes in the spaces history forgot to fill. It's almost poetic, how a rumor can live longer than an empire. How a half-remembered word on an antique map, Tartary, can spark entire worlds in the modern mind. Because the truth is, humans don't remember data, we remember stories. And this one, it's irresistible. A world erased, a golden age hidden beneath our feet. The paradox of Tartaria is that it survives precisely because it never existed. A real empire would have ended, decayed, been replaced, but something that never was can never truly die. It hovers in imagination, endlessly renewable, unprovable, untouchable. The perfect myth for the digital age, weightless, viral, and infinitely remixable. Scroll through YouTube or Reddit and you'll see it. Old photographs of grand cityscapes labeled Tartarian architecture, posts about star forts and buried windows, endless debates about free energy, hidden cataclysms and lost technology, thousands of comments beneath them, people saying things like, "I've always felt something was off about history." It's not about belief, it's about belonging. The myth offers comfort to anyone who looks at the modern world and feels like something essential slipped through our fingers. Maybe that's the real allure. Tartaria gives shape to a feeling we all have but rarely admit, that somewhere along the way, humanity traded mystery for machinery. We built faster, higher, louder, but maybe not better. We paved over silence, replaced curiosity with certainty, and called it progress. And when that certainty began to crack, when our cities started to feel soulless, our histories fragmented, people began looking backward, not for answers, but for meaning. It's easy to mock that impulse. Historians roll their eyes, scientists sigh. But behind the internet rabbit holes and Photoshop theories lies something genuine, a hunger for enchantment, a longing to believe that the past wasn't just dirt and survival, but art and light and knowledge we've somehow misplaced. And in that sense, Tartaria isn't a conspiracy, it's a lullaby, a story people tell themselves when the modern world feels too sterile, too linear, too loud, a bedtime tale for adults who sense that truth might not always fit inside textbooks. Think about it. We've mapped the Earth, decoded the genome, photographed black holes, and yet we're still drawn to mystery. It's like a gravity our species can't escape. Tartaria gives us that gravity in soft, dreamlike form. A lost world that never judges, never contradicts, never ends, because it was never real enough to die. But here's the thing, even myths can tell truths. They tell us what we miss, what we value, what we quietly wish could come back. When people imagine Tartaria, what they're really longing for isn't a lost empire, it's coherence. A sense that the world once made sense, that knowledge was sacred, that beauty and purpose weren't at odds. In a way, Tartaria is less about history and more about therapy, a collective daydream for a civilization that feels spiritually jet-lagged. We scroll through endless feeds, flickering between wars, gadgets, and memes, and somewhere inside a voice whispers, "Wasn't there supposed to be more than this?" Tartaria answers softly, "Yes, there was, or maybe there could have been." And so the myth persists, traveling through forums and documentaries and late-night conversations, wrapping itself in fog and marble. It survives because it speaks to something the Enlightenment forgot, that mystery itself has value, that not knowing is sometimes more comforting than knowing. But here's the paradox. Tartaria's greatest gift isn't in proving itself true. It's in reminding us that belief is part of what makes us human, that even in an age of algorithms, we still crave wonder. We still want to stand before something vast and say, "I don't understand, but it feels sacred." Maybe that's why late at night you find yourself staring at photos of old cities, their streets glimmering with gaslight, their domes fading into fog, and feel that tug in your chest. It's not nostalgia for Tartaria. It's nostalgia for awe, for the feeling of being small beneath something magnificent, something that doesn't explain itself. So as you lie there now, the room dim, the hum of the modern world soft around you, imagine that somewhere, beneath centuries of soil, beneath stories and skepticism, there's a quiet city still dreaming. Its towers shimmer faintly under the weight of time. Its fountains murmur in forgotten languages, and if you listen long enough, you can almost hear it, the heartbeat of the world before we named it. They called it Tartaria. Maybe it never was, but its echo, soft, patient, luminous, still lingers. Drift with it for a while. Let the questions fade. You don't need answers tonight, only the wonder. Chapter 2. The Real Tartars, Nomads, Empires, and Misunderstood Worlds. Let's take a breath. We've wandered through the fog of myth, through maps that hum with impossible empires and ruins that seem to remember more than they should. But now it's time to peel back the dream and look at the ground beneath it, the soil, the wind, and the people who actually lived there. Because behind every legend lies something real, even if it's been twisted beyond recognition. So Let's step out onto the steppe. Imagine yourself standing somewhere between Russia, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan. Not today, but thousands of years ago. There are no borders here, no lines on a map, no marble cities, just horizon, an ocean of grass rolling under a sky so wide it makes you dizzy. The air smells like dust and horses. The sound of wind is constant, threading through tall stalks of feather grass. This is the birthplace of what Europe once called Tartary. Not a single empire, but a world of motion, a civilization without walls. To Western minds, this landscape always felt alien. How could a people rule without cities? How could a culture thrive without monuments? To the steppe nomads, that question would have sounded absurd. Their monuments were movement. Their empire was the horizon itself. Centuries before anyone drew Tartaria on a map, there were the Scythians, archers and horsemen who painted their bodies, buried their dead in golden tombs, and drank fermented mare's milk. The Greeks feared them, the Persians tried to conquer them, and yet they moved like smoke, impossible to hold. Herodotus called them a people who have no towns, no walls, no fixed abode, as if that made them lesser. But in truth, it made them free. The Scythians mastered the horse long before Rome even dreamed of chariots. They stitched their world together with leather, not mortar. They carried fire in bronze cauldrons, slept beneath felt tents, and worshipped gods of wind, sun, and sky. To them, the land wasn't empty. It was alive, a vast breathing plain where everything connected through motion and story. After the Scythians came the Sarmatians, then the Huns, then the Turkic Khaganates. The names shifted, but the rhythm stayed the same. Nomads rising like storms, surging westward, reshaping everything in their path. They raided, traded, intermarried, and vanished into the mist again, leaving behind only graves and legends. And so, by the time medieval mapmakers in Europe began sketching the world, this enormous, ungovernable space had already become a myth. To them it was a blank, the unknown lands beyond the Christian world, filled with monsters, giants, and Tartars. That word, Tartar, wasn't even theirs. It came from outsiders, likely twisted from the name of a Turkic tribe, the Tatars, with a dash of poetic menace added. Medieval Europeans thought it sounded like Tartarus, the Greek underworld, so they called these nomads Tartars, as if they'd come from hell itself. You can almost hear the shiver in the name, but the truth was far more complicated and far more interesting. These weren't demons, they were people. Traders, horsemen, mothers, poets. They lived lives as rich as any Roman senators, just measured differently. Picture a nomadic camp at sunset. The steppe glows gold. Horses graze on the horizon, their coats shimmering in the low light. Fires crackle as women stir pots of milk and millet. Children chase each other between felt tents, yurts, their laughter carried by the wind. Men return from herding, their bows slung over shoulders, dust clinging to their boots. The air smells faintly of smoke and grass. Somewhere, a throat singer begins a low, resonant song, and the notes ripple across the plain like the hum of the earth itself. This was their Rome, not a city of marble, but of motion and memory. And to them the West's obsession with stone walls would have seemed as strange as worshipping stillness. But as centuries rolled on, stillness began to win. Empires like China, Persia, and eventually Russia pushed outward, trying to tame the steppe. They built forts, drew borders, demanded tribute. The nomads resisted, then adapted. They traded horses for silk, hides for grain, freedom for survival. Slowly, their infinite world began to shrink. By the time European explorers stumbled across these lands in the 17th and 18th centuries, the old steppe empires were fading. The Scythians were long gone. The Mongols' great Khanates had fractured. The once fluid borders had hardened into lines on parchment, and those lines, curved by ignorance, exaggerated by imagination, became the first maps of Tartary. To the west, it looked like a mystery, an empire that wasn't quite there, a vast, seemingly empty space once teeming with civilizations that had vanished. But to those who lived there, it wasn't emptiness, it was memory. The bones of ancestors beneath the grass, the hum of stories in the wind, the echo of hoofbeats across the centuries. And maybe that's where the myth begins to make sense, because when you stand on a plain that stretches to the horizon in every direction, it's easy to believe that time itself might fold here, that something ancient could still be sleeping under the soil. Perhaps the world didn't erase Tartaria at all. Perhaps it just forgot how to see it. Let's be honest, Europe never really understood Asia, not in the Middle Ages, not in the Renaissance, and arguably not even now. For centuries, the lands east of Moscow and west of China were less a geographic reality and more a psychological one, an enormous blank space where anything could exist. And in that blankness, the idea of Tartary began to grow like a mirage. Imagine a candlelit room in Venice, sometime around the 14th century. A mapmaker hunches over his parchment, hands stained with ink. On the table beside him lie fragments of rumors, sailors' tales, merchant gossip, and a half-remembered account of a man named Marco Polo, who claimed to have seen palaces of gold and cities of stone somewhere beyond the horizon. He dips his quill and begins to draw. Europe is clear. So is Africa mostly. But once he crosses the Ural Mountains, the lines begin to blur. His hand hesitates. What lies beyond? He's never been there. No one he trusts has either. So he fills the void the way humans always do. He imagines. He writes Tartaria in sprawling letters across the page, large enough to cover thousands of miles. Because what else can you do when you're staring into the unknown? For Europeans, Tartary became a convenient label, an umbrella term for everything east of civilization and west of comprehension. It wasn't a nation, it was a category, a way to point at a map and say, this belongs to the others. But here's the funny thing. The more they tried to define it, the more mysterious it became. In the 13th century, when the Mongols exploded across Eurasia like a thunderstorm, Europe finally came face to face with the so-called Tartars. Villages burned, kingdoms crumbled, and word of unstoppable horsemen spread faster than the riders themselves. To a continent already steeped in superstition, it must have felt like the end of the world. Priests whispered that the horsemen were the scourge of God, a punishment for human sin. Chroniclers described them as monsters with faces of beasts and hearts of iron. And yet, when the first diplomatic envoys actually met them, they found something unexpected: organization, bureaucracy, even tolerance. The Mongol Empire, at its height, ran on order, not chaos. Messengers carried official seals, merchants moved safely under Mongol protection, and conquered cities often kept their own rulers so long as they paid tribute. The great Khans weren't savages, they were administrators. Ruthless ones, sure, but methodical. But Europe didn't want to believe that. It was easier, somehow, to imagine an empire of shadows, to turn complexity into myth. So the name Tartary stuck, not as a real place, but as a kind of warning, a whispered reminder that beyond the edge of the familiar world, something vast and unknowable waited. By the Renaissance, the legend of Tartary had evolved into something even stranger. The age of exploration brought better maps, but not necessarily better understanding. Cartographers began drawing Great Tartary, Little Tartary, and Chinese Tartary across their globes, carving up Central Asia into neat territories that existed mostly in imagination. If you were a European scholar in 1700 and you saw a map of Great Tartary stretching from Siberia to the Caspian Sea, you'd assume there was a single civilization there, a mighty hidden empire rivaling Rome or China. And if you were an explorer wandering through empty steppes, stumbling across crumbling ruins or strange earthen mounds, your mind might start to fill in the blanks. Who built this? Where did they go? Humans hate loose ends. We crave narrative closure, and Tartary, this vast echoing blank on the map, offered none. Marco Polo didn't help either. His travels fed the fire beautifully. He spoke of vast courts, cities paved in stone, golden palaces, and khans who ruled lands so wide that weeks of riding couldn't cross them. He wasn't wrong exactly. The Mongol Empire really was that enormous. But when his book was copied, translated, and retold, his words grew elastic. People read his tales and imagined something grander still, a civilization older than memory, hidden beneath layers of dust and time. You can almost see it, the way myths grow like vines around facts. Even the Enlightenment couldn't kill it. In the 18th century, as Russian explorers pushed eastward into Siberia, they stumbled upon ancient fortifications, strange geometries in the earth, and traces of civilizations long gone. The local tribes spoke of ancestors who built great cities before the snows came. The scholars, baffled, wrote it all down. And back in Europe, those reports fed the imagination once more. By now, Tartary had become more than geography. It was an aesthetic. The word conjured mystery, distance, and faded grandeur. Artists painted sweeping landscapes of icy mountains and lone riders beneath silver skies. Novelists filled their pages with lost kingdoms and forgotten dynasties. And so, when conspiracy theories about a lost Tartarian empire began resurfacing centuries later, it wasn't from nowhere. It was born of something older, a long European tradition of misunderstanding the East, of romanticizing what couldn't be explained, and of filling blank spaces with dreams. Maps, after all, are never neutral. They don't just show where things are, they show what people believe matters. And for centuries, Tartary mattered not because it was real, but because it was mysterious. Imagine yourself once more looking at one of those old maps. The parchment crackles under your fingers. The ink has faded to brown. The edges are frayed. Across the top, in flowing letters, are the words, Magna Tartaria. You trace the line of mountains, the curving rivers, the scattered cities whose names you don't recognize. You realize you're staring not at geography, but at imagination, a dream caught in ink, a memory of a place that never quite existed, but that never fully went away either. And maybe that's why Tartaria still captures people today. It wasn't born in a lab or on a message board. It was born in candlelight on parchment, in the minds of men who couldn't stand not knowing. A story that began as cartography became mythology. And mythology, as history always proves, has a way of outlasting the truth. Picture a road that isn't really a road. It's not marked by signs or asphalt or tidy lines of direction. Instead, it's an invisible web of paths, camel tracks winding through dunes, mountain passes marked by cairns, river barges drifting under starlight. This was the Silk Road. Not one road, but thousands, threading together China, Persia, India, Byzantium, and everything in between. And somewhere in the middle of that vast tangle lay the ghost of Tartary. The Silk Road was less about silk than it was about exchange. Of goods, yes, but also of ideas, stories, and beliefs. Every caravan that set out carried more than fabric and spices. It carried imagination. The West dreamed of the East as a place of wonder, while the East saw the West as a land of restless curiosity. And where those two imaginations met, right there, in the open steppes of Central Asia, the myth of Tartary quietly took root. Imagine the rhythm of a caravan, bells jingling from camel necks, dust swirling beneath hooves, a merchant humming softly, half to himself, half to keep his pace. At night, when the fires burned low, stories flowed like wine, tales of lost cities swallowed by sand, temples of gold hidden in the desert, empires that rose and vanished before the next dawn. Every traveler added a new layer to the legend, and the Silk Road became less a trade route than a whispering gallery of the world's dreams. Now let's be clear, there were empires here, real ones. The Scythians, Parthians, Sogdians, Kushans, and of course the Mongols, civilizations that thrived for centuries, building fortresses, minting coins, and carving art that fused Greek realism with Persian geometry and Indian grace. These were the real architects of what Europe would later call Tartary. But to a traveler passing through, the borders blurred. One city's language faded into another's. One god's statue looked suspiciously like a god from somewhere else. The world felt unified and strange all at once. The Silk Road had a way of softening distinctions. It made neighbors of distant worlds. Greek philosophers' ideas found their way into Buddhist monasteries. Chinese silk wrapped Roman senators. Persian astronomers charted the same stars that guided caravans across the steppe. But myths travel even faster than silk. When a merchant from Samarkand sold a roll of fabric in Venice, he didn't just trade goods, he traded worlds. He told stories of the East so dazzling they didn't sound real. Cities with towers of glass, he might say, rivers that shimmer like silver. Men who lived 200 years, and back home, when he unpacked his profits and poured himself a drink, he probably heard equally absurd stories about the West. It's easy to forget that for most of human history, distance was a form of magic. The farther away something was, the more fantastical it became. And no distance loomed larger in the European mind than that mysterious space labeled Tartary. Through this swirling exchange, Tartary became a kind of mythic glue, a word that held together the fragments of a world too vast to comprehend. Think of it like this. When a Venetian mapmaker in 1500 scribbled Tartaria across the center of his globe, he wasn't really describing a political entity. He was describing everything between Europe and China, between knowledge and ignorance, between history and imagination. And here's where things get interesting. While Europe imagined Tartary as an exotic wilderness, the people who actually lived there were building connections that shaped the ancient world. The Sogdians, for instance, traders from what's now Uzbekistan, ran a network of trade colonies so extensive that historians sometimes call them the FedEx of the Silk Road. They spoke multiple languages, mediated between empires, and filled their homes with art from every culture they touched. A single Sogdian mural might show an Indian goddess, a Persian king, and a Chinese dragon all sharing the same painted wall. To them, Tartary wasn't a mystery, it was home. And yet, this multicultural world also sowed the seeds for misunderstanding. When distant observers caught glimpses of it, they didn't see the nuances. They saw only the grandeur, the temples, the stone roads, the fortified cities, and assumed it must belong to a single empire. That assumption, multiplied over centuries, became the illusion of the great Tartarian civilization. Even today, the ruins scattered across Central Asia, stone walls buried in sand, intricate tile work crumbling in forgotten courtyards, feed that same longing. People look at them and wonder, who built this? Where did they go? Why do our textbooks skip over it? It's a fair question, because history doesn't just forget, it edits. When empires fall, so do their names. When borders shift, so does memory. The Mongols became the Tatars became Tartars, and eventually Tartary became a convenient shorthand for the unknown. But beneath all that confusion was something real, a network of humanity that spanned continents. Imagine standing on a hill somewhere near Bukhara around the 10th century. The air smells of dry sage and smoke. Below you the road shimmers in the heat, lines of travelers winding toward the horizon. A caravan from China passes one from Persia. A monk from India shares a meal with a soldier from Byzantium. Coins from Rome jingle beside jade amulets from the East. It's not an empire. It's not chaos. It's something in between, a living, breathing web of connection. And that's what Tartaria really was. Not a kingdom lost to mud, but an echo of this interconnected world. A dream of unity before maps divided it into pieces. The Silk Road gave birth to the myth by accident, because connection always looks like magic when seen from afar. So when modern believers look at old maps and see the word Tartaria sprawled across half the world, maybe they're not completely wrong to feel awe. They're just reading a poem that was once mistaken for a border. The Silk Road blurred the lines between civilization and myth, empire and echo. And in that blur, half dust, half starlight, the legend of Tartaria found its heartbeat. Words have a funny way of sticking to things they were never meant to describe. Tartary was one of those words, an intellectual shortcut that turned into a centuries-long misunderstanding. By the time Europe stumbled out of the medieval era, the East was less a place and more a story. Monks copied maps showing vast lands labeled Tartaria, shaded in pale yellows and browns, with scribbled notes like, "Here be dragons," or "Land of Giants." It wasn't meant as insult or precision. It was just ignorance wrapped in ink, but ignorance dressed up nicely enough can look like authority. When Marco Polo returned from his travels in the late 1200s, he told Europe about the magnificence of the Mongol Empire. Golden palaces, porcelain cities, and roads so smooth you could roll a wagon for days without breaking an axle. His descriptions, half wonder, half exaggeration, lit up Europe's imagination. And when cartographers began to draw what he described, they needed labels. Cathay for China, Ind for India, and for everything else in the vast cold space north of Persia and east of Russia, Tartary. Let's be clear, Europe didn't know what Tartary was, but that didn't stop them from acting like they did. To Western minds, Tartary became a convenient placeholder for the unknown. It wasn't a country, it was a concept, a blank canvas where explorers, missionaries, and chroniclers could project whatever they needed to believe about the world beyond their reach, and what they needed, more often than not, was mystery. Maps from the 16th and 17th centuries show it sprawling across the top of the world like a sleeping giant. Great Tartary, Independent Tartary, Chinese Tartary, Little Tartary, names multiplying like rumors. To anyone who studied those maps, the message was clear. Beyond the borders of civilization lay a vast land of danger, wealth, and the unknown. And there's something deeply human about that. When faced with uncertainty, we name it. We box it in with words, even if those words are wrong. To Europeans of the early modern world, Tartary became shorthand for all the places they hadn't yet conquered, understood, or categorized. It was an intellectual convenience, a linguistic shrug. Everything out there. If you were a 17th century scholar in London and someone mentioned the Tatars, you might imagine fur hats, horsemen, frozen tundra, and endless plains. You wouldn't know the difference between a Mongol prince in Karakorum and a nomad in the Kazakh steppe. To you, it was all Tartary, but that flattening, reducing countless cultures into a single word, had consequences. It erased identities, histories, and languages in the Western imagination long before any empire actually reached those lands. Imagine an atlas from the 1700s, lying open on a polished oak table. The continents are familiar enough now. The Americas are roughly shaped. Africa's coasts are charted. But look at Asia, and you'll see something odd. Above India and China stretches an ocean of blankness, punctuated only by the word Tartaria, scrawled in proud, swirling letters. No cities marked, no rivers traced, just emptiness. That emptiness became an invitation. Missionaries imagined lost Christian kingdoms hidden in those plains, descended from the mythical Prester John. Explorers fantasized about tribes of giants or entire cities of gold. Poets and philosophers romanticized the steppe as a land of freedom, wild, untamed, untouched by decadence. And over time, that fantasy hardened into pseudo-history. Tartary wasn't just a blank spot anymore, it was a world view. Even the word itself carried a sting. Derived from Tatar, it got twisted into Tartar, echoing the Greek Tartarus, the underworld. Early chroniclers saw the Mongols storm into Europe in the 13th century and thought, "Ah, yes, these must be the people from hell." The name stuck, and for centuries afterward, Tartar became synonymous with savagery, chaos, and apocalypse. When the Mongol Empire fractured and faded, the word didn't fade with it. It lingered. Europe kept calling the steppe Tartary, even as local empires rose and fell. The Golden Horde, the Timurids, the Kazakh Khanates. To the west, these nuances didn't matter. The name Tartary swallowed them whole. The irony. By the time Europe started mapping Tartary with any real accuracy in the 18th and 19th centuries, it had already become a relic. Russia had expanded eastward, swallowing Siberia province by province. Qing China had claimed the west, and yet the word persisted, echoing in atlases long after it had lost any real meaning. There's something almost poetic about that, how a word can outlive the thing it never actually described. And it's here that the modern myth of Tartaria quietly germinated, because when those old maps resurfaced centuries later, digitized, color-corrected, and posted online, they seemed to show something uncanny. A vast empire covering half the world, cities we've never heard of. Borders that no modern historian could explain. To the curious eye, it looked less like a cartographic mistake and more like a cover-up. Why don't they teach this in school? People asked. How could such a massive empire just vanish? But the answer, as with most things, is simpler and somehow more mysterious. It didn't vanish. It never existed. Not as one empire, anyway. What vanished was understanding. What collapsed was the web of meaning connecting the real places, Siberia, Mongolia, Central Asia, to the word Tartary. The West's misunderstanding created a ghost, and the modern age brought that ghost back to life. There's an eerie beauty in that, a reminder that myths don't die. They just wait for technology to resurrect them. When you look at one of those antique maps, ink faded to sepia, the parchment curled at the edges, you can almost feel the hum of it, not as evidence of a conspiracy, but as a fossil of imagination. Tartary wasn't a lie. It was a mirror. It reflected Europe's fears, desires, and limits. And like all mirrors, the longer you stare into it, the the more it stares back. By the dawn of the 18th century, the old mystery of Tartary was about to meet its slow death, not in battle, not in flames, but in bureaucracy, in borders drawn, treaties signed, and maps updated by men who preferred paperwork to poetry. It wasn't an erasure in the way myths like to imagine. No secret cataclysm, no forbidden knowledge sealed away by shadowy elites. It was something quieter, more mundane, and somehow more tragic. Tartary was about to be swallowed, not by time, but by empire. Let's set the stage. The year is 1721. Peter the Great has just declared the Russian Empire. He's reformed the army, modernized the navy, shaved the beards off his nobles, and built a brand new capital, St. Petersburg, on a swamp that would one day gleam like a mirror of Europe itself. Russia, once the frontier of the old Tartarian wilderness, now saw itself as its conqueror. And conquest, as Peter understood, was as much about naming as it was about fighting. Where the maps once said Tartaria, Russia began writing Siberia, Yakutsk, Omsk, Irkutsk. The empty spaces of imagination were replaced with administrative precision, governors, garrisons, and census records. You can almost hear the scratching of quills replacing the crack of hooves across the steppe. This was empire by cartography. For centuries, Europe had peered east and seen a void. Russia filled it with coordinates. And just like that, the last breaths of Grand Tartary disappeared under layers of ink and decree. But here's the irony. While the West's maps were losing their mystery, the lands themselves were as unknowable as ever. Siberia wasn't tamed. It was endured. Frozen rivers, taiga forests, mountains that chewed up expeditions and spat them out as legends. To the empire, it was a treasure chest of resources, furs, minerals, and later oil. But to the people living there, it was home. The native tribes, the Evenki, Buryats, Yakuts, and dozens more, didn't think of themselves as Tartarians or Russians. They were simply themselves, and yet, in the tidy world of European cartographers, they became footnotes to someone else's empire. Take a moment to picture a Russian expedition in the mid-17th century, trudging through snow so bright it hurts to look at. The air burns the lungs, the dogs pant steam. A Cossack officer marks a new river on a map, proud that he's bringing civilization to the wilderness. But behind him, an old shaman watches silently, knowing that the land doesn't belong to anyone who needs to draw it to believe it's real. That's how Tartary truly vanished, not by disaster, but by documentation. The Enlightenment had arrived, and mystery was no longer fashionable. The world had to be measured, categorized, and explained. A single romantic name like Tartaria didn't fit into that neat little system. It was too vague, too mythic, too medieval. By the early 19th century, Tartary lingered only as a kind of ghost word on maps, an anachronism that survived in outdated atlases or in the minds of travelers who still preferred fantasy to geography. You might find Chinese Tartary scribbled across what is now Xinjiang, or independent Tartary hovering somewhere over Kazakhstan, but it was already fading, the ink almost apologetic. What had once stretched across half the known world was reduced to a linguistic relic, an old world word for a world that no longer existed. But this quiet death of Tartary created a strange paradox. By removing the name, the empires of the 18th and 19th centuries thought they were clarifying history. In truth, they erased a mystery so thoroughly that, centuries later, people would come looking for it again. Because that's the thing about erasure, it always leaves an outline. In the modern age, when digital archaeologists started poring over antique maps, The rediscovery of Tartaria didn't feel like uncovering a lie. It felt like uncovering a secret. Here was proof, they thought, that something immense had once existed and been scrubbed from the record. The irony? They weren't wrong about the erasure. They were just wrong about what was erased. It wasn't a hidden utopia or an advanced global empire. What disappeared was ambiguity itself, the willingness to admit we didn't know everything. The 18th century push for rational order, scientific mapping, and imperial control smoothed the rough edges of the world, and in doing so, it flattened mystery into history. Let's be clear, the loss of Tartary wasn't a conspiracy. It was a side effect of certainty, and maybe that's why its ghost haunts us still, because deep down humans don't actually like a world that's too explained. We crave wonder, we miss the blank spaces, so when we see Tartaria glowing faintly on an old parchment, we don't just see a name, we see a question. A whisper from the past asking, "What did you forget?" The collapse of Tartary wasn't a fall. It was a fade-out, a slow dimming of a word that once carried the vastness of the unknown, and the quieter it got, the louder the myth became. By the time Russia completed its imperial expansion across Asia, by the time the British, French, and Qing empires carved their pieces of the East, Tartary had been buried not under mud, but under maps. And centuries later, when people began brushing that dust away, what they found wasn't evidence of a lost civilization. It was evidence of our collective imagination still alive and searching. That is the strange beauty of this myth. Tartaria may never have been real in the way empires are real, but its death, its quiet bureaucratic burial, feels as monumental as any fall of Rome, because sometimes the end of mystery is its own kind of catastrophe. Chapter 3. The Great Erasure. Lost knowledge, world fairs, and the architecture of amnesia. Take a deep breath. We're leaving behind the dust of the steppe and stepping into marble, into the gaslit glow of the 19th century, because this is where the story of Tartaria is reborn. Not in Siberia, not on the maps, but in the imagination. Picture it. The year is 1893. The World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. 200 white buildings rise like mirages along the lake, glowing in electric light. Domes, arches, columns, architecture so grand that people literally wept when they saw it. It looked ancient, impossible, like something from a forgotten golden age resurrected overnight. And here's the kicker. It was built overnight. A team of architects and laborers had thrown up that entire city in less than 2 years. They called it the White City. To the public, it was a triumph of modernity, but to later eyes it looked suspiciously like something else. Massive domed palaces, ornate fountains, obelisks, colonnades stretching into mist. It looked ancient, yes, but not Greek, not Roman. It looked out of time. Now fast forward a century. A man sitting at his computer zooms in on old photos of the fair. He pauses. He notices something strange. The buildings look far too advanced for their time, he thinks. Too perfect, too grand. And then he finds something even stranger. After the fair ended, almost every single building was demolished, burned, scrapped, gone. And that's how a new kind of myth was born. The idea that maybe, just maybe, these temporary structures weren't built at all, at least not by us. Maybe they were rediscovered, remnants of an older, erased civilization. A civilization called Tartaria. Let's be clear, the buildings were real. We have blueprints, records, payrolls, receipts for every brick. But the feeling, the awe they inspired, the eerie way they appeared and vanished, felt mythic. It tapped into something ancient in the human psyche. our suspicion that we've forgotten something big. And once that suspicion took root, it spread. Soon people began noticing Tartarian architecture everywhere. Those impossible domes in St. Petersburg, the Capitol building in Washington, the palace-like train stations of Paris, even the city halls of small American towns. Weren't they all too ornate, too advanced for their supposed era? The theory blossomed like ivy over ruins that maybe the 1800s weren't a time of invention, but of cover-up, that there had been a worldwide reset, a mud flood, a cataclysm that wiped out the old civilization and left humanity to rebuild amid the ruins. The world's fairs, in this view, weren't celebrations of modern progress at all. They were redecorations, a way to reintroduce a repurposed world, scrubbed clean of its true history. The fairs, the grand expos, were merely the unveiling ceremonies of a planet repainted. Now this is where skepticism and wonder collide, because if you look at those photos, you can feel it. The eerie stillness of early photography only adds to the illusion. Long exposures make crowds disappear. The buildings stand pristine, gleaming, deserted, as if waiting for a civilization that never returned. It's beautiful and unsettling and hypnotic. Even historians, with all their explanations, temporary plaster facades, neoclassical revival trends, technological optimism, can't quite dispel the dreamlike quality. It's too pretty, too deliberate. It feels like memory, not progress. And that's what makes the Tartaria myth so powerful. It didn't come from ignorance, it came from longing. Because by the 19th century, humanity had built machines that could fly, factories that could blot out the sun, and cities that swallowed nature whole. We had replaced mystery with machinery, but beneath the gears and soot, people were starting to feel something hollow, something missing. Tartaria filled that hole. It became the name for everything that seemed too beautiful, too harmonious, too purposeful to belong to the chaotic modern world. It was nostalgia in disguise, a yearning for an imagined time when architecture was sacred, when energy was free, when civilization felt like art rather than industry. Of course, the irony is exquisite. The people of the 19th century built those palaces themselves, but we, centuries later, look back and refuse to believe them capable. Maybe it's easier to believe in a lost utopia than in the idea that our ancestors simply cared more about beauty than we do. So imagine walking through that white city. The lamps hum softly. The canal reflects the moonlight. Music drifts from the pavilions. You hear the shuffle of dresses, the murmur of voices, the click of carriage wheels, and for a moment you can almost believe the myth that you've stumbled into the remains of a vanished empire, briefly resurrected for one last dance before fading again into legend. That's the strange charm of Tartaria. It doesn't matter if it's real. What matters is how it makes you feel, because beneath every conspiracy is a heartbeat. The desire to belong to something greater, to touch a truth the textbooks forgot to mention. And so, through the flickering gaslights of the 19th century, the dream of Tartaria returned, not in stone, but in spirit, not as an empire rediscovered, but as a memory resurrected. Let's be honest for a moment. Modern architecture doesn't exactly make the heart sing. Steel boxes, glass towers, angles sharp enough to injure your soul. Function over form, they say. Minimalism, efficiency, progress. But walk past an old courthouse or a crumbling railway station with columns carved like Roman temples, and suddenly something stirs. It feels like memory. Not your memory, but someone's. And that's exactly where Tartaria hides, in that emotional shadow between nostalgia and doubt. See, the 19th century didn't just give us new machines, it gave us new eyes. Photography froze the world for the first time. Urbanization made old beauty vanish beneath brick and smog. And as the industrial age thundered forward, the West began quietly rewriting itself, paving over not just landscapes, but the very story of civilization. This was the age of erasure disguised as progress. When old cathedrals were restored into shapes they had never been, when ancient city walls were torn down to make room for the future, when soot-blackened monuments were scrubbed and renamed, their histories conveniently rewritten for the age of reason. Historians call it modernization. Tartaria believers call it cover-up. Now, let's pause and take a breath, because this is where myth and history start blending like watercolor. The truth is simpler, but also sadder. It wasn't a conspiracy, it was forgetfulness. The 1800s were obsessed with the new: steam, glass, iron, materials that seemed to promise immortality. The faster technology advanced, the more the past looked like an inconvenience. When people demolished centuries-old buildings to make room for factories or boulevards, they didn't think they were erasing history. They thought they were improving it. But here's the paradox. Progress, when it moves fast enough, feels like amnesia. Imagine being a farmer's son in 1820, living in a cottage built by your grandfather, heated by the same hearth. Then picture your grandson in 1890, born under electric light, surrounded by locomotives, reading newspapers printed on machines that could churn out 1 million copies before breakfast. The pace of change was dizzying. The world your ancestors knew had disappeared before your own eyes. And when memory fades that quickly, even the truth starts to look like myth. That's why the great buildings of the 19th century seem suspicious to us now. They're too perfect, too ambitious, too permanent in an age obsessed with speed. To modern eyes, they feel like artifacts of a lost age, something inherited, not made. The Tartaria theory, in this sense, is less about deceit and more about disbelief. We don't believe we could have built something so beautiful in such a short span of time. And perhaps we're right, but not in the way we think, because that beauty came at a cost. It came from child labor, industrial soot, and the quiet suffering of millions who laid bricks, carved columns, and forged iron in furnaces hotter than the sun. It came from colonial wealth siphoned from distant lands. The marble glimmered, yes, but it glimmered on the backs of the exhausted. So when modern minds gaze at that architecture and whisper, "This can't be human," they're half right. It wasn't built by ordinary humanity. It was built by empire. But myths rarely linger on exploitation. They linger on wonder. That's what gives the Tartaria myth its endurance. It erases guilt and replaces it with awe. Instead of confronting how we gained that grandeur, we imagine inheriting it from some ancient, harmonious civilization. A world without conquest, without industry, without soot. A world that built for beauty's sake alone. That's the secret comfort of believing in Tartaria. It allows us to dream of innocence without the blood, to long for sophistication without the cost. And it's not entirely foolish, because beauty is suspicious in the modern world. Think about it. When was the last time a new building made you stop and gasp? When was the last time a city skyline felt like poetry instead of spreadsheet logic? We live in an age that worships utility and scoffs at ornament. So when people look at those domed cathedrals, those train stations like palaces, those impossible star forts etched into the earth, they don't just see architecture, they see meaning, they see intention. And maybe that's what we've lost, the sense that building could be an act of reverence. The Tartarian lens turns architecture into scripture. It whispers that every arch, every dome, every hidden basement tells a story too big to fit inside textbooks. And whether that story is real or imagined, it soothes a modern ache, the feeling that progress has traded wonder for efficiency. So next time you see an old photo of St. Petersburg shrouded in snow or San Francisco's City Hall gleaming in filtered sunlight, look closer, forget the dates, forget the facts, and just feel it. The silence, the symmetry, the faint pulse of something grander than logic. That's the hum Tartaria leaves behind. The ghost frequency of a civilization that may never have existed, but still haunts us with the possibility that it did. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the myth survives not because it's true, but because it's beautiful. Because deep down, beauty itself has started to feel like a conspiracy. Here's the funny thing about lost civilizations. They always seem to resurface when technology changes. The printing press revived Atlantis, television revived the pyramids, and the internet, well, the internet resurrected Tartaria, not in dusty libraries or archaeological digs, but in image boards, YouTube videos, Reddit threads, and algorithm-fed rabbit holes that feel half like history class and half like lucid dream. If the 19th century erased memory through progress, then the 21st century resurrected it through curiosity. The internet, for all its chaos, gave the world a second archive, a place where forgotten photographs, misfiled maps, and half-remembered myths could find each other again. And that's where Tartaria thrived, among digital ruins. Let's be clear, no mainstream historian believes in the Tartarian Empire, but belief doesn't need credentials, it needs emotion. And online, emotion spreads faster than evidence. It starts small. Someone scrolling through antique photos finds an image of a half-buried building, its windows strangely below street level. They post it with a caption, "Mud flood? Hidden history?" Someone else comments with an old map labeled Great Tartary, stretching across half of Asia. Another user adds photos of star forts, geometric fortifications shaped like mandalas carved into the earth. Then someone else notices that the architecture of 19th century world fairs, domes, spires, impossibly ornate facades, seems eerily similar across continents. And suddenly, the pattern takes on life. A civilization that might never have existed begins to coalesce, not in ruins, but in pixels. It's fascinating to watch. The modern Tartarian myth isn't a single story. It's an ecosystem, a living organism built out of collective imagination. People piece together images, compare architectural styles, track supposed mud flood layers in Google Earth, and speculate about ancient technology, free energy, and global resets. And let's be honest, there's something soothing about it. It scratches the same itch that makes people organize puzzle pieces at 2 a.m. You start with fragments, photographs, engravings, forgotten buildings, and try to make sense of the world's dissonance. Why does history sometimes feel incomplete? Why do our cities seem to rest on older bones? Why does beauty feel borrowed? The Tartaria theory online isn't just conspiracy, it's therapy for disillusionment. See, we live in an age drowning in data, but starving for coherence. Billions of facts, timelines, and explanations float around like loose screws. But the more we learn, the less it feels like we understand. We've traded mystery for information, and somehow that doesn't feel like progress. Tartaria brings the mystery back. Scroll through its digital cathedrals, YouTube thumbnails of glowing domes and forgotten maps, and you'll see that what people crave isn't deception, it's wonder. the feeling that history still holds secrets, that maybe we haven't already found every answer, that maybe, just maybe, there's still magic left under the mud. And the internet, for all its cynicism, feeds that craving beautifully. Where old historians dismissed oddities as coincidences, the online world stitches them together with creativity. Star forts become energy hubs, domes become ancient power stations, mud floods become symbolic of global resets, metaphors for forgotten knowledge buried under modern noise. It's easy to laugh, but maybe we shouldn't, because behind every pixelated claim is something deeply human, the refusal to accept a world without mystery. The same impulse that made explorers sail off the map now makes people scroll through archives at 3 in the morning, chasing the ghost of a civilization that never left a skeleton behind. And there's something else, an aesthetic truth. Look at those old photos, the sepia skies, the faint haze, the impossible scale of those buildings. They feel dreamlike, like glimpses from another timeline where humanity built for eternity instead of quarterly profits. When people online say, "This architecture is too perfect to be from our timeline," what they're really saying is, "This feels like a dream I half remember." And that's what Tartaria has become, a collective dream stitched together from the past's photographs and the future's loneliness. Of course, the irony is delicious. The very technology that gave us infinite knowledge also gave us infinite uncertainty. The more we digitized our history, the more unreal it began to look. Old black and white photos uploaded at high resolution don't make history clearer. They make it stranger. The lighting, the shadows, the absence of movement, it all feels frozen, ghostly, like the world before electricity was somehow more alive. So when you see someone online connecting old city photos and whispering Tartaria, what you're witnessing isn't delusion, it's longing, a search for coherence, for the feeling that history isn't just progress and decay, but a cycle of remembering and forgetting. And isn't that what all civilizations do? They rise, they crumble, and then they return in imagination. Rome, Atlantis, Lemuria, Tartaria, each one a mirror reflecting not the past, but our hunger to belong to something grander than the present. In that sense, the internet didn't invent Tartaria, it simply gave it a voice, a new empire of whispers sprawling across servers and screens, where myths are immortal and disbelief is optional. Scroll long enough and you'll start to see why people stay. The posts feel soothingly repetitive. Arches, domes, star forts, mud floods, each image a little lullaby of lost grandeur, a bedtime story told by algorithms instead of grandfather. So maybe Tartaria isn't a place at all. Maybe it's what happens when memory and imagination meet in the glow of a computer screen. Half fact, half wish. The myth doesn't just say, "Look what we've lost." It says, "Look what we still want to believe." And that, perhaps, is the most human story of all. Let's pause for a moment, take a slow breath, and think about why people believe in things like Tartaria. Not in the mocking way you see on forums or documentaries, but really think about it. Why does the idea of a lost civilization hidden under our cities feel comforting? It's not stupidity, it's not gullibility, it's yearning. Humans, for all our cleverness, are wired for mystery. We're pattern-seeking animals, tracing meaning in the stars, in tea leaves, in the cracks of old maps. The unknown makes us restless, the known makes us bored. And between the two, we spin myths that make life feel a little more meaningful. Tartaria lives in that space. It's not really about mud floods or star forts. It's about the suspicion, deep down, that the world we've been handed is incomplete, that someone, somewhere, has hidden something important, that maybe history isn't a straight line of progress, but a looping dream where civilizations rise, fall, and are forgotten not by accident, but by design. And honestly, that's not such a crazy thought. Think about how much of history you've forgotten personally. Think of everything humanity has lost to fire, war, vanity, or neglect. Libraries burned, languages erased, empires swallowed by desert and jungle. The dark ages weren't dark because nothing happened. They're dark because the light of memory didn't reach that far. So when someone looks at an ornate 19th century building and says, "I don't think we built that," they're not rejecting history. They're mourning it. They're mourning a world that seems to have misplaced its wonder. Let's be clear, modern life doesn't give us much mystery anymore. We have answers for everything, or at least the illusion of them. You can type any question into a search bar and get a dozen replies in seconds. But that convenience has a side effect. It kills the thrill of not knowing. And mystery, as it turns out, is essential to the human spirit. Without it, the world feels flat. That's where conspiracies slip in. They fill the void left by lost awe. When people say the elites hid the truth of Tartaria, what they're really saying is, "I miss when the world felt magical." It's an emotional rebellion against boredom, a soft protest against a sterile universe made of facts but lacking enchantment. And here's the interesting part, it's not new. Every age invents its lost golden age. The Greeks dreamed of Atlantis. The Victorians romanticized Lemuria. The 20th century turned the Mayans into cosmic prophets. And now, in the digital age, we have Tartaria, an empire of dreams built on archives and algorithms. Each generation looks backward and imagines perfection because it's easier than imagining perfection ahead. We do it because the past is safe. It can't disappoint us anymore. Psychologically, belief in a hidden civilization like Tartaria scratches multiple itches at once. There's pattern recognition, the brain's love for connecting dots even when they don't belong together. There's narrative control, the soothing illusion that the world makes sense, that nothing happens by accident. And there's nostalgia, the bittersweet ache for a world that may never have existed, but should have. And then there's trust. Modern institutions, media, government, academia, have lost credibility with the public. When experts say, "That's impossible," a growing part of the population quietly replies, "So was flight once." The more closed and dismissive authority becomes, the more open people become to alternative voices whispering, maybe they're hiding something. It's not that people trust random YouTube channels more than historians. It's that the channels sound human, curious, skeptical, fallible. The voice of official history often sounds cold, certain, and patronizing. The voice of the Tartaria believer sounds like someone sitting beside you late at night saying, "Look at this, doesn't it make you wonder?" And wonder is addictive. Once you feel it, it's hard to go back to plain explanations. Even the act of believing, of piecing clues together, creates a small dopamine rush. It gives the believer a sense of purpose. You're not just scrolling, you're investigating. You're part of something big, something secret. It's empowering in a world that makes most people feel small and powerless. So the Tartarian myth becomes more than a theory. It becomes a community, a shared dream. People trade discoveries, maps, and theories not because they're delusional, but because it feels good to search together. The hunt becomes the reward, and in that sense, Tartaria isn't a symptom of ignorance. It's a symptom of loneliness. Think about it. The more connected we are online, the less connected we feel in real life. Cities are crowded but isolating. News is constant but disorienting. Our modern world gives us everything except belonging. And so people build belonging out of mystery. Believing in a hidden past means believing in meaning itself, that we're not just floating through chaos, that someone somewhere once built something extraordinary, and maybe we can again. That's not conspiracy. That's hope in disguise. Of course, hope can be dangerous when it turns to dogma, when questioning becomes obsession, when imagination becomes paranoia. That's when the myth begins to rot, when every gap in knowledge becomes a plot, and every historian becomes an enemy. That's when wonder collapses into fear. But before that point, before the cynicism sets in, there's something oddly beautiful about it. People standing in awe before old cathedrals and asking, how did they do it? People digging through archives at midnight, convinced that history still has secrets. It's easy to mock that. Harder to admit that it's the same impulse that built science, art, and philosophy in the first place. Curiosity is the ember. Myth is just the smoke. So the Tartarian believers, in a strange way, are modern heirs to the ancient dreamers, the ones who stared at the stars and saw gods, the ones who saw order in chaos. They're not historians, but they are human. They want the past to matter. They want the present to make sense. And maybe that's why Tartaria lingers. Not because it's real, but because it feels right, in some deep, poetic way that logic can't quite dismantle. It tells a story not about what we've found, but what we've lost. And that's a kind of truth, too. As the night deepens, imagine those endless digital threads, thousands of people across time zones, glowing screens reflecting in tired eyes, all dreaming together of a civilization that never was. Maybe they aren't crazy. Maybe they're just homesick for a world that once felt full of wonder. Let's take a breath here. After all this talk of vanished empires and buried cities, it's time to do what the best historians always do. Look carefully, quietly, and without agenda. Because when you set aside the noise of the internet and really look at what's left of Tartaria, what you find isn't a conspiracy. It's something far more human, and somehow even more fascinating. The term Tartary was not a secret code name for a lost empire. It was a geographic placeholder, a cartographer's shrug. For centuries, Europeans simply didn't know what lay beyond the Ural Mountains or deep in the Siberian steppe. So they wrote Tartaria, like writing "Here be dragons," a kind of verbal fog to fill the blanks. The maps weren't evidence of an empire erased. They were evidence of ignorance being slowly replaced by exploration. And those grand old buildings, the ones people point to as proof of impossible architecture, they're very possible. Magnificent, yes. Impossible, no. The ornate city halls, cathedrals, and palaces of the 19th century weren't built by some forgotten super-civilization. They were built by humans with chisels, scaffolds, and a near-religious obsession with grandeur. The 1800s were a century drunk on ambition. Industrialization made iron, glass, and concrete cheaper than ever. Colonization and global trade poured wealth into Europe's cities. Architects looked backward to Greece, Rome, Byzantium, and Egypt, and then combined everything like over-enthusiastic chefs. The result was the neoclassical explosion, domes, columns, and marble facades that looked ancient but were brand new. That's why so many people mistake them for relics, because they were designed to look timeless. They were Rome in steel corsets, deliberate nostalgia built in brick and plaster. The world's fairs that fuel so many Tartarian videos, they were real, yes, and they really did look astonishing. Whole temporary cities of palaces, fountains, and gleaming towers that appeared overnight and vanished just as quickly. But they weren't cover-ups. They were theatre. They were the 19th century showing off. Most of those buildings were plaster over wood, not marble. They were meant to impress, not endure. When the fair ended, the facades were torn down or burned, leaving only photographs that today look eerily like the ruins of a forgotten world. No secret empire, just show business. And those famous mud flood buildings with their half-buried windows, they too have ordinary explanations. Cities sink, streets rise, over centuries as populations grow and roads are repaved. Layers of soil and stone accumulate. Old ground floors become basements. It's not mystery, it's maintenance. Yet it's easy to see why the illusion caught fire. Because even the real explanations, erosion, engineering, economics, are, in their own way, beautiful. The world doesn't need hidden magic to be miraculous. Consider this. The same roads once labeled Tartarian carried traders, nomads, poets, and conquerors across continents. Cultures met, clashed, and blended until identities blurred. What Europe called Tartary was not one empire but a kaleidoscope of peoples, Turkic, Mongol, Persian, Russian, Chinese, each with their own stories, languages, and gods. Out of their collisions came ideas, inventions, and art that shaped the world we still live in. The myth says Tartaria was erased. The truth is that it was never singular to begin with. It was many, and that's why it's hard to pin down. The steppe doesn't lend itself to borders. Empires there were fluid, waves of power that rolled across the grasslands and receded again. The Scythians, the Huns, the Mongols, the Khazars, they all rose, ruled, and vanished, leaving behind only fragments. To an outsider, that flux looked like a void. To those who lived it, it was life itself. And maybe that's where the misunderstanding lies. Western history loves walls and dates, beginnings, endings, dynasties. The steppe doesn't play by those rules. Its empires were seasonal, migratory, woven into the land and wind. If you expect pyramids, you miss the poetry. So no, there was no single global Tartarian empire, but there was a vast interconnected world of trade, culture, and movement that stretched from Europe to China long before globalization had a name. The Silk Road wasn't just silk, it was the internet of its day, transmitting not data but ideas. Buddhism, astronomy, metalwork, medicine all passed through those dusty caravans. The real miracle isn't that something was erased, it's that so much survived, and yet debunking doesn't have to mean disappointment. If anything, it should make the world feel richer, because the truth is not dull, it's layered. The mud flood isn't proof of deception, it's proof of time. The ornate buildings aren't relics of a forgotten empire, they're monuments to human excess. The missing maps aren't evidence of suppression, they're artifacts of discovery. And here's the quiet irony. Even the myth itself is part of history now. The videos, the forums, the believers, they've become a digital folklore, our century's way of myth-making. Future historians might study us and say, they dreamed of Tartaria because they were tired of concrete. Maybe that's what keeps the story alive. Not deceit, but desire. The desire for mystery, beauty, and meaning in an age that feels too catalogued, too explained. Tartaria is less a conspiracy than a collective poem, one line written in frustration, another in wonder. And perhaps that's how we should leave it, gently. The myth and the truth coexisting like twin shadows cast by the same fire. The factual story of history's shifting frontiers, and the emotional story of humanity's hunger for lost splendor. So the next time you pass an old building with buried windows, or stumble across an antique map marked Tartary, don't roll your eyes. And don't fall into the rabbit hole either. Just pause, look, feel the weight of centuries pressing quietly under your feet. Real or imagined, every layer of that soil carries a story. Because whether it's called Rome, Babylon, Atlantis, or Tartaria, the dream of forgotten empires never really fades. It just changes shape, waiting for someone new to wonder. Chapter 4. The Eternal City, Why We Dream of Lost Civilizations. Take a moment, close your eyes, and imagine you're standing in the ruins of a city that never existed. The stones are warm beneath your feet. The air hums faintly with the echo of 1,000 unrecorded stories, and the wind brushes against carved columns whose builders' names were never written down. It's a dream, but somehow it feels truer than waking. That's the strange comfort of Tartaria. Even after we've picked apart the facts, even after the history books have closed the case, the idea lingers. The notion that somewhere, sometime, humanity built something magnificent, a civilization unified, enlightened, and then, inexplicably, erased. It's the same instinct that makes us search for Atlantis, or Lemuria, or the lost library of Alexandria. A quiet yearning that whispers, maybe we used to know more, maybe we were better once. And let's be clear, this isn't foolishness. It's longing. Believing in Tartaria isn't really about maps or mud floods. It's about something deeper, the ache for lost harmony, for order in the chaos of modern life. When we look around at endless screens, broken systems, and cynical politics, it's easy to imagine that somewhere in the past, people had it figured out, that there was a time when beauty and wisdom ruled, before we traded them for convenience. The myth gives that feeling a shape. Tartaria becomes a mirror for what we think we've lost, a golden age we can project our frustrations onto, a fantasy of unity against the fragmentation of the modern world. But here's the curious twist. Myths like Tartaria comfort us because they're out of reach. They can't be disproven in a way that satisfies the heart. The less we know, the more space the imagination has to wander. That's what myths do best. They thrive in the gaps, the shadows between facts. Think about how the story feels, not just what it says. Tartaria isn't told in sharp, factual sentences. It's whispered, in forums late at night by people who sound more wistful than conspiratorial. They're not shouting about domination. They're sighing about what might have been. It's not paranoia, it's melancholy. The same kind of melancholy you feel walking through an abandoned building, seeing beauty and decay folded together. There's a paradox at the heart of this comfort. We know modern life is more advanced than any age before it, yet it rarely feels that way. We have the internet, medicine, spaceflight, instant communication, but we also have loneliness, burnout, and an undercurrent of loss. The myth of a vanished civilization fills that emotional void. It says, you're right to feel that something's missing. It's like nostalgia for a memory we never had, and in that sense, Tartaria isn't about the past at all. It's about the present, about how alien our own world can feel. The skyscrapers of glass and steel, the humming servers, the sterile symmetry of cities built for efficiency rather than awe. No wonder people scroll through photos of old domes, arches, and impossible cathedrals and feel something stir. Those buildings look like they remember something we've forgotten, so we call it Tartaria. We give the feeling a name. It's easier to believe there was once an age of grace that was stolen than to accept that beauty is fragile, and we let it slip away ourselves. But this comfort isn't all illusion. The belief itself reveals something profound about us. Humans are meaning-seeking creatures. When the world feels senseless, we create patterns to make it make sense. We weave stories over the noise, and in those stories, we find calm. Myths are our way of telling ourselves that the universe still has order, even if it's hidden. That's why so many people find peace in the idea of a lost civilization. It implies that knowledge, beauty, and balance aren't gone forever, just misplaced. It turns chaos into a temporary condition. And maybe that's why Tartaria caught fire in the digital age. The internet is chaos incarnate, 1,000 overlapping timelines, all screaming for attention. In that noise, the myth feels like a lullaby. It slows everything down. It says, once there was harmony. Once the world was whole. Now, whether that's true or not almost doesn't matter. What matters is the feeling it evokes, the quiet pull towards something larger, wiser, softer than the present. The myth becomes a kind of spiritual balm for an age that measures everything but meaning. Imagine yourself late at night, scrolling through photos of ornate ruins, strange domes, or cities half buried in snow. You feel that twinge, that recognition without memory. The beauty is haunting, not because it hides a secret empire, but because it reminds you that time erases, and yet somehow we still search for permanence. That search, that ache, is what keeps myths alive. They aren't about fooling ourselves. They're about coping, finding wonder again in a world that's forgotten how to dream. And maybe that's the greatest comfort of all. Tartaria might not have existed on a map, but it exists in us, in that quiet place between curiosity and longing, where we still hope that something grand and good once stood before the mud, before the noise, before the forgetting. If you really want to understand why Tartaria has captured so many imaginations, you have to stop asking what it was and start asking what it means. Because myths, like mirrors, don't just reflect the world, they reflect us. When people talk about Tartaria, they're not just discussing lost cities or forgotten empires. They're projecting themselves, their hopes, their doubts, their nostalgia, onto a blank canvas of the past. Tartaria becomes less of a place and more of a personality test for civilization. Think about it. To some, Tartaria represents a golden age of harmony and beauty, proof that humanity once lived in balance with nature and technology. To others, it's evidence of corruption and suppression, a story of truth hidden by elites and rewritten by victors. The same myth, two completely different reflections. It tells you less about history and more about what people want from it. And maybe that's the point. Tartaria isn't history. It's a Rorschach test for modern anxiety. We look into its cloudy waters and see what we most long for, or most fear. Let's be clear, myths don't survive because they're accurate. They survive because they're useful. They give shape to feelings that don't fit neatly into textbooks. They're how we process the gap between the world we have and the one we wish we had. The idea of a lost, enlightened civilization comforts us precisely because it suggests that the world wasn't always this complicated. That maybe, somewhere back in time, people figured out the balance between science and spirituality, between art and function, between progress and peace. And if they could, maybe we can again. That's why you'll notice something poetic in the way Tartaria believers talk. It's not just data or dates, it's reverence. They speak of architecture the way others speak of cathedrals. They trace maps like pilgrimages. They aren't just arguing for history. They're mourning for something sacred. You can see it in the fascination with architecture, the domes, arches, spires, and towers that dot the myth. These buildings feel alive, don't they? Too beautiful to be merely functional, too symmetrical to be accidental. When people say, "There's no way we could build this today," what they're really saying is, we don't build like this anymore. We don't fill our world with beauty unless it serves a profit. The myth becomes a critique of our own era, disguised as nostalgia for another. Tartaria, then, is the mirror we hold up to our own cultural amnesia. We scroll through pictures of palaces and fairgrounds, domes and star forts, and we whisper, "How did we forget to dream like this?" The myth reflects not a lost empire, but a lost aesthetic soul. There's something almost therapeutic about that reflection. Myths like Tartaria allow us to grieve, not for people we've lost, but for possibilities. They let us feel that our yearning for meaning isn't crazy, that maybe it used to exist, that maybe someone, somewhere, built a world that made sense, and maybe that's why Tartaria feels more mystical than menacing. Most conspiracy theories isolate people, make them suspicious of the world. Tartaria, strangely, connects them. It invites wonder instead of fear. It suggests that the past might still hold beauty waiting to be rediscovered. But reflection cuts both ways. Myths also reveal our blind spots. When people claim that all grand architecture must have come from a lost civilization, they sometimes overlook the real genius of the humans who built it. The artisans, masons, and engineers who left their fingerprints in stone. The myth honors beauty, but erases the hands that created it. It's a paradox. In searching for greatness, we forget the greatness already recorded, and maybe that's the truest mirror of all. We live in an age obsessed with rediscovery, yet blind to what's in plain sight. We chase mysteries across continents while ignoring the ones humming beneath our feet, the hidden systems, the forgotten craftsmanship, the quiet brilliance of ordinary people. Tartaria, then, tells us something we don't often admit, that we don't fully trust our own civilization. We sense that something's off, something hollow beneath all the progress. So, we project our doubt backward into the comforting distance of myth. In the reflection of Tartaria, we see ourselves, advanced yet uneasy, connected yet lonely, powerful yet perpetually nostalgic. It's less about whether an empire was erased, and more about whether we've erased our ability to feel awe. Maybe that's why the myth persists, because deep down, we're not really searching for proof of Tartaria. We're searching for proof that humanity still knows how to build something beautiful and believe in it. And if myths are mirrors, then maybe looking at Tartaria long enough isn't about finding truth in the past, but rediscovering it in the present, in the domes still standing, the dreams still lingering, the stories we keep retelling because they make us feel a little less small. So the next time someone mentions the lost empire, don't argue, just listen. Because behind every myth is a whisper of what we wish were real. And sometimes that wish tells you everything you need to know about the people dreaming it. Every empire, no matter how radiant, tells the same quiet story, one of ascent, arrogance, and entropy. Rome, Egypt, the Maya, the Mongols, the British, the Ottomans, and if you believe the whispers, Tartaria. The names change, the rhythm doesn't. Civilizations are like tides. They rise with clarity, crest with confidence, and recede with denial. It's not failure, it's physics. Even stars burn out, and they're made of far sturdier stuff than marble or pride. So maybe that's why Tartaria lingers in our collective imagination, because it fits the pattern too well. A lost empire swallowed by time, a forgotten people erased by cataclysm, a name that once filled maps and now feels like a ghost. It's familiar, almost comforting in its tragedy. Let's be clear though, No empire believes it's the one that's going to fall. Every generation thinks it's special, unique, immune to collapse because it has better technology, more data, smarter systems. But arrogance, like gravity, pulls everything back to Earth. If Tartaria existed, if even a fragment of the legend were real, its disappearance would have followed the same script as every empire's twilight. The small cracks first, corruption, complacency, overreach, then the slow decay disguised as progress, and finally the quiet moment when the last flame flickers out and the world simply moves on. You can almost imagine it, the final days of a grand civilization, not with war or fire, but with exhaustion, merchants still trading, scholars still writing, architects still sketching impossible domes for clients who will never pay. The end doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes it's a sigh. And here's the thing. We need myths like Tartaria because they remind us that our own civilization isn't exempt. It's a soft warning wrapped in wonder. The idea that maybe, just maybe, we've been here before. Towering cities, vast networks, unshakable certainty, and lost it all to hubris and time. You see, the cycle isn't just historical, it's psychological. We build, we forget, we rebuild. We burn libraries, then mourn the loss of knowledge. We pave over ruins, then spend centuries digging them up again. The pattern is maddeningly human. The Greeks had a term for this, anarchiklosis, the cycle of government and decay. Kingdoms become tyrannies, tyrannies become democracies, democracies collapse back into chaos. Wash, rinse, repeat. The myth of Tartaria just takes that ancient idea and stretches it across a planetary scale. And that's what makes it powerful, because deep down we know the pattern fits us too. Look at the ruins of any civilization, and you'll find the same fingerprint.